Peace and blessings, Tony. Peace and blessings. Please put a one in the chat if you can hear me clearly. Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Good to see you all this morning. I appreciate you, Sister Sandra. Thank you. Thank you for the prompt response. Y'all come on in. Y'all see what it is. This is Elder Uriah coming to you live. Some of you are on holiday today. So I, for the sake of my employees, I have closed my office today as well. So peace and blessings to you, family. So I figure I'd get it in a little bit early. I know some of you are going to be barbecuing. Y'all going to be eating that shrimp, crab, and lobster and pork. And, if, y'all do what y'all do. But I tell people that is, and according to the dietary laws, my position is not a matter of condemnation or damnation, but it is a matter of health. According to the scripture. There is no spirits, no demonic possession of a shrimp, of a crab or lobster. I personally choose not to eat it, but I don't condemn others that do. Right? As Moses was coming out of the land of Egypt, leading the people or the mixed multitude into a new land, simply they did not know what to eat from that land. People say, well, how did Moses know? Well, if you actually read the story, Moses sent 12 spies to spy out the land of Canaan before as they came out of Egypt and before Joshua entered into Egypt. He sent 12 spies. Well, if you read the scripture in the book of Exodus, he actually told them exactly which route to take. And he didn't say that it was of divine revelation that he knew of which route to send those spies. But we must deduce that Moses had taken that route before. And so as he sent them up through this so that they would not be seen, this is how the 12 spies got down at the Canaan land. And of course, 2 come back with a good report. You have the 10, which were 12 tribe representatives of the 12 tribes of Israel, 1 from each tribe. They came back 10 without a good report, 10 with 2 with a good report. Joshua and Caleb said, listen, we are well able to take this land. But I say that to say this, that the dietary laws were not so much of a spiritual decision or a spiritual connection, but it had much more to do with them being able to grow as a nation, not getting out there in a land unknown and eating whatever kind of matter of beast and manner of insects and manner of certain manner of things, and getting out there and dying. These things at that time were caused diseases and illness, sicknesses, that if they were brought back to the camp doing the way that they lived, it would have caused great death and great harm. And we see some of that in regards to leprosy, right? In the scriptures, we know that this was something that was very prevalent, something that was very concerning for them as their survival. So this is why you read so much about leprosy and how to clean the homes and how to quarantine yourselves and different things of that nature. This is a survival of a burgeoning nation, of a burgeoning people coming out of the land of Kemet. And so that is the practicality of the scripture and how it even works today. Um, uh, we don't see any older concept of quarantining in any ancient practices or any ancient material culture other than what we read in the Bible and during the time of the Exodus and Moses telling them, listen, if you see something, say something. If folks are clean, this is how you clean your houses. This is how you stay away from your homes for this period of time. This is how you wash. If you had any type of issue of blood, you had to stay outside of the camp for so many days. You had to go wash in the River Jordan 7 times. You had to do these ritual cleansings, and these things often produced what we would say today as quarantine. So I said all that to say this, believe it or not, uh, you know, do everything in moderation. Like I said, me personally, I don't eat shrimp, crab, and lobster. I don't eat pork. I don't eat fish without scales, those different things. But I tell people if you want to argue with me about catfish, right? I don't understand catfish are bottom feeders. They eat from the bed of the sea, from the bed of the sea, which is the waste of the other animals in the sea. They eat that when they're in the wild. Also, things like eel and different things. I know some of y'all eat sushi. I go into the sushi restaurants. They have eel on the menu. Yeah, y'all eat that. I mean, but I don't condemn people when they do that type of stuff. Um, but what do you ask? What do people tell you, and what do you say now that they have farm raised catfish? It's not eaten from the bottom of the seabed floor. They've been fed, you know, a meal. They're being raised on farms now. So we have to look at these things at times differently. People say, well, you can't change the law. Well, Moses prayed to the Most High Yah about an issue concerning the daughters of Zelophehad, right? And you see there was an amendment or a change to the law. But we have to delineate what things can be changed and what things cannot be changed. So when I say the law, it's important to understand why the scripture talks about it in this way: laws, statutes, and commandments. Laws, statutes, and commandments. And so those things are variants in degrees of understanding the scripture. But let's get into it. Y'all see what it is. We're going to be sharing today for some things that I've been hearing, especially on the topic that I've been hearing, uh, being, I won't say being thrown around, but I know in this community how things how things can appear. And so I've heard several times, and I'll say it, Brother Jabari Osaze mentions that, as well as the other day as I was listening to Senator TV. Shout out to Senator. As I was watching Senator TV, a young brother was doing a presentation, and seen this. I have seen this brother speak on various panels before, but not in depth. Um, uh, Camgiverse is his name, right? And he was doing a solid presentation on the topic that he was dealing with. Uh, you know, sister, sister Professor Lovely Lady, peace and blessings to you. Peace and blessings to you. She says, interesting. She said, I've never tasted shrimp, crab, lobster, etc. in my entire life. I will agree with you on that one because, I was talking to someone yesterday and I was telling them pretty much the exact same thing. But at one point I would condemn people for that, simply believing from the perspective that those things had a uh, a consequence for um, breaking. the laws of Yahweh, law, statutes, and commandments based on what we call the dietary laws and, the book of Leviticus and different things like that. But in my studies and my understandings and knowing exactly what the material culture was at the time, the political climate of the time, and what exactly was happening, yeah, so I don't condemn people for it anymore, but, I don't personally partake in it. So I know some of y'all, y'all been out shopping, y'all gearing up to feast. so, so just, I appreciate y'all for bearing with me for a few moments. Um, Again, absolutely, Sister Cassandra, this is all new information. Yeah, yeah, and some of it was for me as well. So again, we're going to walk this thing out together. But again, I've heard Brother Jabari mention this before. I heard Brother Camsey verse, and he mentioned it in brief. He didn't really go into depth, but he mentioned it. And what he mentioned in his presentation, I think it was the last presentation. I think he did two with something, and I think it's either in one. I think it's in part two. But he mentioned that Yeshua or Yahweh Shai, or some call him Jesus the Christ, that he is that the story or the narrative or the biblical narrative of Yeshua, Yahweh Shai, or Jesus the Christ is completely taken from the or a comedic narrative. Shout out to you, Water Blue. Peace and blessings to you, fam. That is taken from an Egyptian narrative in which Christ is called by one of the church fathers, and this church father is Saint Augustine, very influential in the formation of early Christianity. It's like in early Christianity, and Bishop Augustine or Saint Augustine uh, is said to have made the statement that Yeshua, Yahweh Shai, Jesus the Christ, is called or was called or he called him the great or the good or eternal Scarabaeus, right? The great, the good, or the eternal Scarabaeus. And so that is something that has been floated out there for a number of years. It is something that has been floated out roundabout through various conversations for those who like to claim that the first century uh, movement of Jesus Christ, Yahweh Shai, or Yeshua was taken from the Kemetic traditions. And so they use this as one of their talking points. That St. Augustine, one of the church fathers, who comes later on, about 100 or so, or almost 200 years after the death of or the martyrdom of Jesus Christ, Yeshua, Yahweh Shai, is that he has this connection to the Egyptian concept of the son of Ra, right? And the son of Ra, we'll see, uh, is, and I believe it's pronounced ATUM HETEP. So that's capital I, capital U, right? And there's the accent on that when in the Latin versions, IU, right? M Hotep, right? And so it's this alliteration to this Kemetic deity, and Bishop Augustine's or the early church father Saint Augustine's uh, his um, statement of calling or referring to Yeshua, the good, or Yahweh Shai as the good or the eternal Scarabaeus. And one thing I know about this conscious community, once something is floated out there, one or two things happen. It either dies immediately, it doesn't take seed and it doesn't take root, or it floats somewhere till it lands in the minds of someone or some people or some person or some group that picks up on it and they can use it to weaponize it or to win an argument or to solidify their position on a particular topic, right? They don't necessarily take the information that they heard and go vet the information to see if the information is actually true or not, or if the source is actually true or not, right? They simply believe the narrative or the presentation of the person that they feel most closely aligns with their pedagogy or more closely aligns with their, how they understand things. And so they don't vet the information. And one thing I say here is that if there is something that I have said that you disagree with, or you don't, or doesn't, as folks say, sits right with your spirit, that's a moment for you to do a study. Go vet what I've said, right? Follow up with the scripture, as Sister Cassandra does, and I'm sure many others do as well. Take copious notes and go over those notes, right? One of the things I love about Sister Cassandra Mensa is that when I do a presentation, if there's something she may not be familiar with or something that she studies as well, she doesn't hesitate to send me an email or a comment on the message board and say, hey, listen, this is what I once thought. This is how now I see it. Brother, I love your presentation but this is how I feel about it. Those things um, are important, and they're not just important to her because she's solidifying and she's infusing and increasing her faith and her understanding of of what can she prosper naturally as well as spiritually from, right, in these studies. But it also helps me to understand uh, what information that people are gleaning from this channel and what things that people are actually interested in, because folks can get up on these channels and they could talk about a whole lot of stuff that you're simply not interested in. It doesn't help you in your everyday life. And so I don't want to get in that space, right? Well, I'm just up here sharing something that I read, so I'm just going to share it with you. I want to know, how does what I'm reading or how uh, it affects you as for what I am studying? How does it help, right? And um, and so I appreciate Sister Cassandra's feedback on the things that I bring out because it helps to keep me grounded. Because I don't want to speak, because you hear a lot of folks, they like to speak as if they're authoritative, you right, on a lot of these subjects and a lot of these topics. I'm not speaking from a position of authority when I come. I'm telling you, this is how I believe I'm led to understand it, because the way I'm led to understand it may help me in my walk of life. And so that's what I'm sharing with you. But how you read and understand the scripture, we could be reading the exact same words. And the Most High said, yes, but I want you to apply that. You needed that word to apply it over here. Well, Old Yara needed that same word to apply it over there. You see? And this is how the Spirit of the Most High works through His Word, right? I might need, listen, a broken ankle. If you have a broken ankle or a broken bone, you cannot heal it with just a peel and stick band-aid, right? Y'all get the little fleshly colored band-aids. Now they got the one complexion colored band-aids, infused with with your melanated skin now. You can't tell the difference. Then they got the invisible band-aids, and then they got the ones with the little cartoon characters on them, right? Those little type of band-aids. Well, if you break an ankle, what good does it do for you to put one of those little peel and stick bandages on a broken bone? It does not. It doesn't. You need a different type of bandage. You need a cast, right? You need a cast. You need to have the bone set properly. You need to have that. Absolutely. You have to have that ankle bone. It has to be reset. So oftentimes what happens is when we read the scriptures or we hear other people teaching, we attempt to apply what they're teaching just simply in the terms of the gaining of knowledge. But the gaining of knowledge does not equate to wisdom, because you can have knowledge of something and don't know how to apply the knowledge to help you in your life. That is wisdom, is how you apply the knowledge. And this is what we have to focus on, especially when you hear people give information, when you hear people teaching out of the scriptures, whether you hear people trying love to who love to speak authoritatively, right? They love to speak authoritatively because they want people to respect them, right? They want people to respect them. They're looking for respect. They're looking for you to place them in a position above oneself. That is not something you should look forward to or look to when you're gleaning information from someone, right? Now, if you're in a classroom sitting on a college level, shout out to your brother Andrew. Peace and blessings to you, fam. When you're listening to a college professor, or if you ever gone to university or any type of schooling, when information is disseminated or when information is given to you, they always tell you to do what? Take notes. You have to understand, when a teacher gives you a syllabus in those settings, they're trying to lead you to a specific conclusion, right? They're trying to lead you to a specific conclusion. They want you to understand the information how they understand the information. So they give you the guidelines. Every reading assignment, trust me, is connected, and it carries a theme in a specific course, right? And it's to lead you to the understanding of a specific theme and understanding. So as we're reading and as we're teaching, oftentimes what you hear from a lot of people is their conclusion. They never give you their syllabus, which is the roadmap on how they get to the conclusion. They just want you to believe what it is that they've said, right? Because they've reached a conclusion, they've reached an absolute. Well, what if I give you a roadmap, right? If I give you a roadmap and it takes you to a place where it doesn't reach my conclusion, right? That doesn't mean the knowledge is beneficial, but my conclusion you can hear, but does my conclusion benefit you in your life? If you're following me, does it benefit you? Does it help you in your home? Does it help you with your family? Right? Does it help you with your spiritual growth? Does it help you with your natural understanding and how you view the world? How you relate to the Most High? Right? How do you relate to to the scriptures? How do you relate to these things? How is it made relevant and plain for you today? Right? So oftentimes we hear these things, right? So oftentimes we hear these things that people are teaching, and they never give us a syllabus or a roadmap. So on this channel, I try to at least give you a syllabus or a roadmap, not just so you can reach my conclusion, but so that you can reach your own conclusion, because the information that I present may not lead you to my conclusion, right? That doesn't mean my conclusion is wrong, and it doesn't mean that your conclusion is wrong. You get it? It just means the information or the wisdom that you've learned to apply, you found need in a different area of your life, that in which you needed it. And that is how wisdom, or the Holy Spirit, or the Hokmah, or the Ruach Elohim, that's how it works for us, right? That's how it works. That's how it should work. So when it talks about the Holy Spirit will lead you and guide you into all truth, can we all say that all of our truth is the same? My truth is different from your truth. Your truth is different from my truth, right? We don't always have to have the same conclusion when we draw or we glean information. We don't always have to come to the same conclusion. And Sister Cassandra is, and I'm using her as an example, but she's very good. When she always says, "Yeah, brother, I agree with what you said, but here's where it helped me, and here's where it helped me in this particular area," right? Even though I may not have touched in that area, she's able to glean the information and say, "Listen, this is where it helps me in this area," and that is how we should all look, to glean information, grow by, and to be able to grow in grace, right? And so those are one of the things that should help you in your studies, right? It should help you in your studies. The syllabus, or the roadmap that I lay out here shouldn't just always lead you to my conclusion. It should lead you to some other area as well, that you can take it and help you as well. So, um, and so here we get into our lesson, right? Let's talk about the great Scarabaeus, or the good Scarabaeus, or the eternal Scarabaeus, right? And let's talk about that. I'm going to share my screen really quickly. The screen really quickly, and um, we're going to do. We're going to do a little bit of reading, because I have to give you guys some background on why. Hopefully, y'all can see what I'm reading, on why this particular connection is being made. Is Jesus the good Scarabaeus? Is Yahweh Shai the good Scarabaeus? As I said, I heard a good brother Camsy Verse mention this the other day. I also have heard our good brother Jabari Ozazi make this same uh, argument, right? For those of you out there, please hit the like button. Please like, share, subscribe. Thank you, Sister Cassandra. I'm going to try to enlarge it right now. Let me see. Oh, I think I'm making it. Is that better? Sister Cassandra, I made it a little bit larger. Let me know if that's a little bit better to read. right, she says better. Let me see if I can do it a little bit bigger. I think that's a little bit bigger. I think that's a little bit bigger. And so today we're going to be talking about, is Jesus or Yahweh Shai or Yeshua, was he actually uh, called the good Scarabaeus, or was he actually uh, taking from a specific uh, ancient Egyptian deity? And I'm going to read from some of the works of Gerald Massey. Now, if you guys are not familiar with Gerald Massey was a Christian monk, right? Who at a particular point in time began to delve really deep into Egyptian studies. And it is through Gerald Massey's work that you get a lot of work from uh, D.M. Murdoch. D.M. Murdoch is famous for, and that's the pen name. And D.M. Murdoch is a female author who died some years ago. But Dia Murdoch gleaned a lot of her information from Gerald Massey, this Christian monk who began to study uh, Egyptian um, mythology. And what he began to do in his study with Egyptian mythology is to make the claim that the his Christian faith very much resembled what he believed, what he read in Egyptian mythology, right? And then dealing with some of the deities in the pantheon in ancient Kemet. And so this is what he began to do. And so he began to look to make these types of connections. So he wrote several books. And D.M. Murdoch is an author. And you guys may be familiar with her work. She is the one that the whole years ago was very huge, very big. Her work became the basis of the whole Zeitgeist movement. The whole Zeitgeist movement, right? And so with the whole Zeitgeist movement, um, this is where you get that Jesus, Yahweh Shai, or Yeshua was strictly based off of uh, Isis and Horus being and Mary and Jesus, right? Um, that it was strict. The Bible was strictly taking or was a retelling of ancient Kemetic works. That it had no real basis of its own, right? Then you had other authors who began to branch off to that, and for some time, it had a long-standing run. This whole Zeitgeist movement. Peace and blessings to you, brother Woodson Payne. Good to see you, family. Good to see you. This whole Zeitgeist movement, and and so it wasn't until people actually began to study, I myself included, that you find out that Gerald Massey, along with D.M. Murdoch and others who began to push this whole or formulate later on after those two formulated the Zeitgeist movement, that it was a lot of misinformation that people not reading, not comprehending, right? And clearly uh, being dishonest with the information that they were presenting, right? And so it easily began to be in the last, I say last 10 years or so, a lot of this stuff really began to be debunked. A lot of Gerald Massey's work, a lot of, most Egyptologists today, they will not quote Gerald Massey as a solid source of information. He is not considered a scholar that is to be held, just like E. Wallace Budge, right? E. Wallace Budge, who has claimed to translate a lot of Egyptian texts and lined them up with the Bible, right? And said, "Hey, look, the Bible must have taken it from here." While he's deciphering these Egyptian hieroglyphs, he has a big Bible sitting on his desk. So of course, things are going to sound that seem familiar to you. That's how you're going to try to attempt to correlate it. But most um, most Egyptologists today, or professors of Egyptian studies, they will not quote Gerald Massey as a solid source. They will not quote E. Wallace Budge as a solid source of information, right? And so these are the things that we have to understand where the information comes from, right? And this is why I also say, especially in this community, it's not good enough just to quote or cite a source. We have to understand what is the uh, um, origination of that source, right? Where did that source come from, and why was that source used, right? Because once you start getting to this information, you'll see a lot of people sourcing other people who's sourcing other people who's sourcing other people who's sourcing other people. And then by the time you get to, okay, so then where did that very first person get that source from that they're claiming? You quickly find out that they made it up, or that the original person who everyone has been sourcing for decades, the original source, had no source. Do you understand? There you find out the original source that people have been sourcing for decades ultimately has no source. And so then what do people do with that? Once you get to that point, you should no longer be using that source. But you have people who love to say things and they'll keep using these things without vetting the source information simply because it fits their narrative. They believe it'll help them win an argument. They believe it'll help them sound more authoritative when they're speaking about a particular subject or topic, right? So you have to vet the sources, and vetting the sources is not saying, "Oh, look, yeah, I opened the book. This is where he said I can find it." And when you find the sources, it's only someone else quoting someone else. And sometimes what you have to do is that you have to go back and see if the quote that is being quoted is not being taken directly from the person's work who you're quoting, but it's only the citation of a citation. You're only quoting a citation, but not for the original work. Then you actually must go back and find the source that you're claiming that your source originally has taken its information from. You have to do that, right? And I'm going to show you here in this teaching the good Scarabaeus. Was Jesus the good Scarabaeus or the eternal Scarabaeus? And I'm going to show you why that methodology is important. I'm going to show you why that methodology is important, right? So let's talk about this, right? So I'm going to be reading from Gerald Massey's work, and this is Gerald Massey, the Jesus legend traced in Egypt, and this is it's called Ancient Egypt: The Light of the World, Book 12. It's about Gerald Massey. We're going to do a little bit of reading. So he says, Gerald Massey says, the Jesus legend traced in Egypt for 10,000 years. The Messianic mystery, which has caused unparalleled mental trouble to the world, did not originate with, nor was the solution to be found in the biblical collection of the Hebrew writings. Right? The Egyptian Misu, which means to anoint, and as a name for the anointed, is earlier than the Jewish Messiah. Well, let's deal with that, right? So, again, here's where now, right off the bat, you have to pay very close attention. He says the Egyptian Misu, which means to anoint, and as a name for the anointed, is earlier than the Jewish Messiah. The point of that is to say that somehow, right, the Hebrew Bible or the Hebrew writings are using a title or using something that existed before them to a degree, or a word, right? Misu means to anoint, or earlier than, or as a name for the anointed, right? Misu. To me, that is not problematic. The Bible narrative tells us that the Israelites were or sojourned in Egypt for over 400 years. So there would be some loan words or some particular um, understanding of words that would have come over into an Hebraic concept, right? You can actually say that, right? Um, but where does that not validate first the existence of Yahweh Shai or Jesus the Christ or Yeshua? And then how does that a title of Messiah existing before him actually takes away? The reason actually takes away from what we read, right, about this figure, Christ Yeshua or Yahweh Shai. The reason why I'm making this argument is simply because we see in the book of Isaiah, right, and we've said it on this channel and brought it out on the channel before, that even King Cyrus the Great, right, who was of the Persian stock, that he himself by the Israelites was called the Mesu or the Messiah or the anointed one, as for a name for the anointed. So the Bible does not split hairs, right, over the use of whether or not Yeshua, Yahweh Shai, or Jesus the Christ is the first to be called a Messiah. So here he already gives us a straw man argument. Right? He already gives us a straw man argument. Absolutely, Afro-Asiatic. That is a great point. Like Osiris is from Arabic Wasir. Absolutely. Absolutely. We see that it's not a point of contention, but right off the bat, Gerald Massey wants to make this a point of contention. Why? Remember what I said earlier about how when they give you a syllabus, or they don't give you a syllabus, they want to give conclusion, because they only want you to listen to their conclusion. This is what Gerald Massey has just done right off the bat. Book 12 here, the Jesus legend traced to me for 10,000 years. He's already, right off the bat, in the very first two sentences that we're reading here, he's already trying to give us his conclusion, right? And the reason why people start with their conclusion oftentimes is that they hope that you don't go back and begin to vet all of the information and the BS that is to come. Excuse my language, right? All of the stretches of the imagination that is to come, right? They simply want you to focus on their conclusion and make you believe that everything that they have to say from then on out must be framed in their conclusion. And so this is why he opens up the text this way. He does it immediately attacking the validity of Yeshua, Jesus the Christ, or Messiah, or Yahushua. And when we say Jesus the Christ, Christ simply just means it is Greek or Latin for anointed. That's all. That's all it here. It's all the same word. Christos, Kyrios, right? Christos, Kyrios, the anointed, the Messiah, Mishu. Some Hebrews say Hamashiach, right? That's what it is. That's what you see here. This is where the term derives. What we say messianic, right? Or Messiah. It all means the same thing, right? And so people oftentimes get confused with just basic language concepts, right? Absolutely was in pain. Darius the second, Zoroaster, Darius the first. Absolutely. They all use these titles, right? And so let's continue to read. It says nor would there have been any typical Christ, the anointed, but for the making of the harassed mummy. Now, listen, he's already going into how he's going to solidify his conclusion, right? So he says a doctrine of messiahship was founded on the ever coming Misu, or child of the inundation, right? In the pre-anthropomorphic phase of symbolism, in which the type might be the fish, the papyrus shoot, the beetle, right? Which is going to be very important to the topic of our discussion, the great Scarabaeus, or the eternal Scarabaeus, right? The fish, the papyrus shoot, the beetle, hawk or calf, each one of which bears witness that when the infant likeness was adopted as a figure of the ever coming Savior or Messiah, the human type was just as non historical as any of his predecessors. The event of the Mishu, or the Hebrew Messiah, was periodic in accordance with the natural phenomena, not all at once. The Jesus legend is Egyptian, but it was at first without the dogma of historic personality. We have now to follow it in the circuit of procession, where it might be traced back to a beginning with the sign of Virgo. But for the present purpose, the birthplace of the Virgin's child was in the sign of Leo, when the vernal equinox was resting in the Lion's constellation. Now, this would be fantastic, right, to a degree, and it would have some validity to the degree if science didn't know, for you science heads, right? If science didn't already know, if we didn't have the Hubble telescope, if we didn't have the ability to look at the stars, that these constellations, right, are not as what many thought they were thousands of years ago, even during Gerald Massey's time. For example, a lot was done in ancient history based on the brightest star in the sky. Well, you would say, well, yeah, of course, everyone talks about the sun. We know about Ra, we know about sun worship and sun deity, but that is not what they thought what the brightest star in the sky was, because they didn't consider the sun as we do today to actually be a star. But watch this, and what they actually thought the brightest star was, we've come to learn now is actually not a star, but a planet. And we give it the name of Venus, right? So even in the Bible, when it talks about the bright star, right? Or the star of the morning, right? It's oftentimes, or when we talk about the term Lucifer, right? Which we get that Latinization from Saint Jerome when he talks about Lucifer or the shining one, right? That was an alliteration to the star of Venus, but it wasn't a star. We know it today to actually be a planet. But back then, they didn't know it was a planet. They thought it was a star. And because of its illumination, it was what they could see. Why? Because it was the closest thing to the earth. And so as they looked up into the heavens, this is what they saw, right? And so this is why I say when you're reading Gerald Maxey's work and he begins to make correlations, or D.M. Murdoch, when they begin to make correlations between Yeshua and the Son, and oh, he's the Son, S-U-N, or the S-O-N, he's this, it says God, he's a son in a shield. And listen, they're not making the same equivocations with the Son as the ancient Egyptians were with Ra, right? Because the Bible tells us not to worship anything in the heavens or celestial bodies, not to worship the stars. So clearly we see a complete separation from that. And let me get that scripture for you really quickly. All right. Let me get that for you real quick. Please hit the like button. Please like, share, and subscribe. Let someone know that we're on the air. Right? Y'all may have some time this morning. I know some of y'all got to get to y'all cooking. It's okay though. It's okay though. It's okay though. I want to show y'all the scripture and take some time to pull up. I'm just going to share that verse with you guys real quick. And it's Deuteronomy chapter 4. I know it is. Waiting for it to come up. I'm going to share that. Share my screen. Should be sharing now. Let's read this in the book of Devarim, or Deuteronomy chapter 4, verses 19. Let's read. It says, "Least thou lift up thine eyes unto heaven, and when thou seest the sun and the moon and the stars, even all the host of heaven." That's the constellations as well. That includes the constellations. shouldest be driven to worship them and serve them, which the Lord thy God have divided unto all nations under the whole heaven, right? It says, Least ye corrupt, verse 16 says, Least ye corrupt yourselves, and make you a graven image, the similitude of any figure, the likeness of male or female, the likeness of any beast that is on the earth, the likeness of any winged fowl that flieth in the air, the likeness of anything that creepeth on the ground, the likeness of any fish that is in the waters beneath the earth. And least you lift up thine eyes unto heaven, and when thou seest the sun, the moon, the stars, even all the host of heaven, should be driven to worship them and serve them, which the Lord thy God hath divided unto all the nations, unto all the heavens. In other words, you're not to worship these things. You're not to worship these things, right? And that's Deuteronomy chapter 4, which gives us a commentary. Israel urged to obey God's law. Now, therefore, hearken, O Israel, unto the statutes and unto the judgments which I teach you, for to do them that ye may live, and go in and possess the land in which the Lord God, Yahweh, or the Lord, or Yahweh of your fathers have given you. Ye shall not add unto the word which I command you, neither shall ye diminish aught from it, that ye may keep the commandments of the Lord your God, which I commanded. Your eyes have seen what the Lord did against because of Baal Peor, for all the men that followed Baal Peor, the Lord thy God hath destroyed them among you. Right? That's also a cut to those who talk about Yeshua or Yahushua is Baal and the Baal worshippers. It's clearly a direct cut to any Baal worshippers. But ye did cleave unto the Lord your God, are alive, every one of you, this day. Behold, I have taught you statutes and judgments, even as the Lord my God commanded me, that ye should do so in the land whether ye go to possess it. Keep therefore and do them, for this is your wisdom. And we talked about wisdom earlier. You can have knowledge, but not wisdom. Wisdom is how you apply what you've been taught, what you've been learned. For this is your wisdom and your understanding and the sight of the nations, which shall hear all these statutes and say, surely this great nation is a wise and understanding people. For what nation is there so great, who have God so nigh unto them, as Yahweh our God is in all things that we call upon him for? And what nation is there so great that have statutes and judgments so righteous as all this law which I set before you this day? Only take heed to thyself and keep thy soul diligently, lest thou forget the things which thy eyes have seen, and lest they depart from thy heart in all the days of thy life. But teach them thy sons and thy sons' sons, especially the day that thou stoodest up before the Lord thy God in Horeb, when the Lord said unto me, gather me the people together, and I will make them hear my words, that they may learn to fear or reverence or respect me all the days that they shall live upon the earth, and that they may teach their children. And ye came near and stood under the mountain, and the mountain burned with fire unto the midst of heaven, with darkness, clouds and thick darkness. And the Lord spake unto you out of the midst of the fire. Ye heard the voice of the words, but saw no similitude, only ye heard a voice. Also, Deuteronomy chapter 4 and 12 is another couple. When people say, well, how come the Most High never says, you never read thus saith Yah in the New Testament, but all you hear is a voice speaking out of the clouds? Well, that's nothing new. There's always been a manifestation of the Most High. We heard his voice walking in the cool of the day in the garden, and here Deuteronomy chapter 4 verse 12 says, and the Lord Yahweh God spake unto you out of the midst of the fire. So if he spoke out of the midst of the fire, he cannot speak out of the midst of heaven, as the New Testament says. It says, ye heard the voice of the words, but saw no image. You saw no similitude. You saw nothing. Ye only heard a voice. See, people oftentimes try to make this argument, right? They often try to make this argument about the New Testament writings, where it doesn't say thus saith Yah in it. So if it does say thus saith Yah, he is not speaking. Well, are we going to dismiss the book of Deuteronomy because it's not always saying thus saith Yah? But when it does speak, he says he can speak, and all you will hear is his voice. Right? So these are the things we have to understand sometimes, as is pertinent to study. Verse 13 it says, and he declared unto you his covenant which he commanded you to perform, even 10 commandments, and he wrote them upon the tables of stone. And the Lord commanded me that at the time to teach you statutes and judgments, that you might do them in the land where you go to possess it. Right? And then he tells you not to worship the things in the heavens. Don't worship the stars. Don't worship the moon. Don't worship the constellations. Y'all don't believe it says constellations, right? Let's see what we're talking about here. Verse 19. Let's see. Stars.
Strong's H3556. Kochav. Kochav.
Kohav. Let's look at it. And then we're going to go back to our reading. Let's see. Same word.
Strong's H3556. Kochav. Kochav.
Right. Let's see. Star. Stargazers. Right. Star. Watch this. Of Messiah. Brothers use numerous progeny, personifications, God, omniscience. Right. Kawab, probably from the same as ruling in the sense of blazing, a star, as round or as shining, figuratively, a prince or a stargazer, right? By Hebrew. Let's go right here. Right. The Hebrew Chaldee lexicon. Right here. A sparkle in like a star. A roll up in a ball, right? Whence and being softened, a globe, a ball. Now, what do we know is a globe or a ball in the sky, a rolled up star? That would be the sun. That's simply what the sun is, right? It's a ball of gas. This is what we know these things to be. So when people talk about oftentimes that the ball is not taught, that the spirit, I'm sorry, that the book of that the Hebrew Bible is not speaking about, or it doesn't speak about celestial beings or not celestial beings, but celestial constellations of things of that nature. It's a sparkle like a star. This is what they were looking at and considering as they looked at stars or constellations, right? In these different areas. It's simply a star, right? To roll up in a ball, right? To roll up in a ball. And you're going to be surprised that as we get into this great, this argument about the great Scarabaeus, this is going to be very important here, right? Where it says the star or to roll up in a ball, a globe, a ball, right? That's going to be very important to this narrative. So let's go back. Let's go back to our reading, right? So here he says the Jesus legend, where it might be traced back to the beginning with the sign of Virgo, right? Or the Virgin, Jesus being birthed, they're saying, as many people teach in the New Testament, from being born of a virgin, right? But for the present purpose, the birthplace of the virgin's child was in the sign of Leo, when the vernal equinox was resting in the Lion constellation. The Masu of the Masonic Prince of Peace was born into the world at Memphis in the cult of Ptah as the Egyptian Jesus. And he was given the title the HETEP, right? Or HETEP, right? And so this is who Gerald Massey makes the claim that this deity or this cult worship of Ptah produces the title HETEP as the Egyptian Jesus, right? But he says this is simply a title, right? These are titles. It has nothing to do with historical people. This is what he's saying. It says, he who comes with peace or plenty and good fortune as the type of an eternal youth. As the type of an eternal youth. So you're going to start to see where we began to grasp hold of where a lot of these, again, as I said earlier, Dean Murdoch Zeitgeist arguments derive from. They derived a lot from Gerald Massey's work, because before Gerald Massey's work here, no one else makes this claim. No one else makes this claim that Yeshua, Jesus Christ, Yahweh Shai, is connected to or has even have ever thought to be of the cult of Ptah as the Egypt or called the Egyptian Jesus. Now, you must first understand that no ancient Kemetic person would have used this term. So where does he get this term from? He gets it from the Bible. Where does he get his name from? He gets it from the Bible. And so he tries now to frame our idea and our understanding, our conclusion that there was an Egyptian Jesus that existed, or there was an Egyptian Jesus that was worshipped, or a figure of an Egyptian Jesus, or prototype, as some like to say, a prototype of an Egyptian Jesus. And the title that this Egyptian Jesus had, right, was HETEP. So he's saying HETEP is the prototype of Jesus, just in the Egyptian version, right? And it says, he who comes with peace or plenty and good fortune as the type of the eternal youth. Now, he's going to try to attempt to connect the historical and the, not so much as the historical, but the biblical narrative of Jesus the Christ, the Mashiach, the Prince of Peace, as he puts it here, as many tried to call him, all right, the peace or plenty, right, or the good shepherd, or the good Scarabaeus. He's going to try to connect Jesus to this HETEP character, right? Now, as you go along, you'll begin to see the argument fails, right? Because we're much more knowledgeable today than we were, than anyone was back then as he's writing and stuff, right? But watch this. It says, so 14,000 years ago, the vernal equinox coincided with the sign of Virgo and the autumn equinox with the sign of Pisces, right? And there and here, the learned writer Aristophanes has a word to say upon this point, right? Now, watch this. He is a most unimpeachable witness for the Egyptians. Unimpeachable. He is a most unimpeachable witness. In other words, you have to believe what Aristophanes says, right? You must believe what Aristophanes says. He's a most unimpeachable witness for the Egyptians. A better could not be subpoenaed. He was born in the year 276 BC. He was keeper of the great Alexandrian library and the most learned Greek in Egypt at the time. Amongst other subjects he wrote was on astronomy, and he testifies to the fact that the festival of Isis, which was celebrated in his time at the autumn equinox, had been celebrated when the Easter equinox was in Virgo. This perfectly agrees with the position of Isis, the Virgin Mother, in the zodiac, right? So he's attempting to say that the festival of Isis and the festival of Virgo during the time that correlates during the time of Easter or springtime, right, has to be the same festival or the same celebration, right? Simply because it was celebrated at the same time. He said this perfectly agrees with the position of Isis, the Virgin Mother, and the zodiac. Now, here, he doesn't give us uh, any support for that, other than there are two separate festivals that he agrees to: the festival of Isis, and then later on, the Virgin Mother, or the position, or which he claims is the position of Isis in the zodiac, right? The Easter equinox, being in Virgo at the time. That this simply has to be, or we must consider this to be one of the same, that they have to be connected, right? And because of it, this is where we should begin our understanding of quote unquote IU Imhotep, or EU Imhotep, as the Egyptian Jesus, or the prototype of the Egyptian Jesus, right? So he begins this back, he stretches all the way back to Aristophanes, right, in 276 BCE, right? So watch this. Watch this. Watch what he does. He says, so when the solar Horus, now remember, he's saying the solar Horus. Now he's saying the solar deity. Why is he now saying the solar deity here? Because if you look at, if he mentions the festival of Isis, if you study anything about Isis, Isis is connected to moon worship. It's connected to moon worship, not solar worship, right? It's connected to moon worship. And so here he already attempts to connect Isis, a moon deity, to the Easter equinox, which was in Virgo, right? He says this perfectly agrees with the position of Isis, the Virgin Mother, in the zodiac, right? The Virgin Mother in the zodiac. Let's look. Let's look at something right here. I'm going to show you where he already fails in making that connection. I'm going to try to find here. I'm going to show y'all something what he's talking about here, right? So when you look at the Virgin Mary, right, on the astrological article or chart that what he's talking about, right, what do you see here? You will find below the horoscope of Virgin Mary with her interactive chart and the episodes for her astrological portrait, her planetary dominance. This is what he's referring to, right? And he's referring to this or this, as you can see this chart here, right? He's referring to this, but this only equates to the understanding of the Catholic Church. Now, watch. Let's see if I can find it here. See if I can find it here. I'm going to show you where he's off. Because remember, Isis is a moon deity. Let's see. I'm going to show y'all why these astrological readings, why you shouldn't be reading it. And not the right chart. I wanted to show you. Okay, here it is. This is this particular chart right here, right? And so this is Virgo, right? Or what they call the Palacetus system, right? And here, let me see. I think this is it right here. Let me go back. Uh-oh, I want to go back. I want to go back to that chart. Let me go back to that chart. And then I want to go to Virgo. I want to go to Virgo. I want to go to Virgo. Where's Pisces? Go through some of these things. I want to show you. Here it is, Virgo, right here. Virgo, from August 23rd to September 22nd. Second Earth sign, second beautiful sign, feminine. In analogy with Mercury, her ruler, the sixth house, Virgo governs the intestine. Her color is green or yellow. Her stone is the agate. Her day is Wednesday. Her professions are accountant, secretary, all foolish. And your sign is Virgo, or your ascendant is Virgo, you are brainy or precipitatious. Let's go down here to see where, here it is. Here it is right here. The traditional associations with Virgo countries: Brazil, Greece, Turkey, West Indies, United States, the same as Gemini, Yugoslavia, Crete, Mesopotamia, Lower Celestial State of Virginia, Corinthia, Athens, Lyon, Athens, Boston, Heidelberg, spa towns in general, animals, dogs, cats, and all pets, food, root vegetables, carrots, celery, calabrios, potatoes, also dry fruits such as chestnuts, herbs, automatics. People say, hey, y'all, why are you reading this? We get to a point. Lavenders, myrtles, ferns, Venus, hair ferns, clovers, flowers, plants, trees, all nuts, salts, the hazelnut, stones, and here trees, stones, metals, and salts, SARS, red agate, mercury, nickel, potassium, sulfate, iron, phosphate. For more information, see the dedicated page for the sign of Virgo. Let me close this out. I want to show y'all this with these guys be really what he's really talking about here. Right. Right here. This is what I wanted to show you. Now, he already connected this to the moon deity, but right here, we already know that it is useful to recall to be a Virgo means to have one's sun in Virgo, which requires to know the exact time and place of birth in addition to the date. Indeed, sometimes a 1 minute gap is enough for the sun to shift signs when the birth recorded near the beginning of the sign of Virgo. So this is what he's talking about here, right? The Virgin means to have one. The Virgo means to have one sun in the Virgo. And so as they correlate this translation of Virgo to Virgin, the Virgin Mary, this constellation, and then it talks about how the sun passes through this particular constellation, only for a split second to have one sun, just the term Virgo means to have one sun in Virgo. So now they correlate the Son or the Son of Man or quote unquote the Son of God or Yeshua in the New Testament. They try to connect that to the actual sun itself, S-U-N. So they'll say, see, the sun is in Virgo. The sun is in Virgo. And so see that the sun is in Virgo. Let me see. There you go. Thank you, Professor Lovely Lady. So this is what they're saying right here, right? The Virgo zodiac sign and its interpretation, right? And this is how they see this. It said it is useful to recall that to be a Virgo means to have one sun, S-U-N, in Virgo. You see? And so this is how they try to equate these things. And it's all pseudoscience. It's pseudo. And it means to have one sun in Virgo. So when they look at when the sun actually passes through this particular man-made created constellation of Virgo, or the Virgin, as they try to equate that with the mother of Jesus. And this is why I say this is really an argument based on the depictions that the Catholic Church uses. See, a lot of the stuff that we see, a lot of these visions of or illusions of a Virgin Mary with a little bitty baby, right? Aphrodite and Cupid, uh, Isis and Horus are always shown as a little bitty baby. You know, Jesus always shown as a little bitty baby sitting on the lap of the Virgin Mary, right? All of that stuff comes through Catholicism. Comes through Catholicism, uh, third, fourth century. It has nothing to do with, or late, I should say, late second century, going into third, fourth century. This is when you start to see these connections with the founding of the Catholic Church, what would become the Catholic Church. And this is why I always say, if you really study first century, moving the time that Christ or Yahweh Shai or Jesus of Christ was actually living and actually taught on earth as a historical person, it has no connection to this second, third, fourth. This is 200 years, 300 years after his death, right? After his martyrdom. And so they make this particular connection. They try to make this particular connection, but this is the Catholic Church. And this is why you have people like Jabari are always trying to make these arguments against a historical Jesus or Jesus simply based on the fact that because he is from the Catholic Church himself, he sees that the symbolisms in the Catholic Church matches to what you see in ancient Kemet. But as far as ancient Kemet goes, it only goes back as far as the Ptolemaic period. So when the Ptolemies comes in and they take over ancient Egypt and they acculturate, they take over ancient Kemet and they take over. And when I say ancient Kemet, because you know it's all place. So when they take over that land and they become rulers in Kemet, the Ptolemies, it is through them that we began to see where the Catholic Church starts to formulate over a period of time, right? And they bring with them these same uh, visuals. They bring with them Isis and Horus, and they simply make it the Virgin Mary and the little baby Jesus. That's why you never see uh, 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 the statue with or just as a an adult child Jesus. They never put them together, right, like that. It stays in that same form as Isis and Horus. Why? Because from the Ptolemies, acculturating the ancient Egyptian culture, bringing it in, passing it down through the uh, uh, through the Romans society, and by the time we get to Constantine, we clearly see that he simply uh, makes an edict not to tear down the Greek statues or the Roman statues, but simply to remain them after biblical figures. And so that's why this begins to you sort of see these things, right? That's why you have Saint Peter, a statue of Saint Peter. He looks like, he looks like a Roman deity, right? And different things like that. So you start to see these things begin to be mixed up and fused together, right? And so it says here they began to recapitulate the main characteristics of Virgo. Its aim is to describe and to recapitulate it. So Gerald Massey, this is what he does, right? He's really not given. Let me go back here. He's really not giving us new information. He's only com- conflating information. He's not showing us where at one point the festival of Isis becomes the festival of the Virgin Mother of Mary during the time of Easter. He just says, oh, they celebrated during the same time. He's not giving us a romance. He's just giving us his conclusion, right? It says, so when the solar Horus had entered the zodiac, the birthplace was shifted from sign to sign according to the movement and precession. From Virgo to Leo, from Cancer to Gemini, from Taurus to Aries, from Aries to Pisces. The pathway of eternity was now depicted in the circle of precession. Remember, I just showed you that little circle thing. So, map with the signs on it. It says, in this, the sonship of Horus was continued after the fatherhood of God and had been established, and Horus became the manifestor for the eternal in the sphere of solar time. Hence the sayings of Horus in the ritual, I am Horus, the prince of eternity. Witness of eternity is my name. He calls himself the persistent traveler on the highways of heaven, which he surveys as the everlasting one. I am Horus, he says, who steppeth onwards through eternity without stopping or ever standing still. This was Horus, otherwise the Egyptian Jesus, as the ever coming son, Esau. In all the years of time that culminated in the all-inclusive cycle of procession, Horus as the shoot or the latter wheat ear or the specia had been brought forth with the birthplace was in Virgo. The divine mother and child had been humanized in the Egyptian religion when the stone monuments began for us at least 10,000 years ago, but the zoo types were still continued as data in sign language. This was the knowledge that was in possession of the wise men, the Magi, the Zoroastrian Jews, Gnostics, Essenes, and others who kept the reckoning, read the signs, and knew the time at which the event was to occur once every 14 lifetimes, right? Uh, and so in the house of 1,000, right? And so you give the reference there, page 734. Years, or once every 2,155 years, when the Prince of Peace was to be born as the lamb in the sign of the ram, or as Ithacus the fish in the sign of Pisces. Horus of Jesus, the fulfiller of time and law, the Savior who came by water, by blood, and in the spirit. Horus, fish, and the bread of life was due according to precision. And the sign of the fish is about year 255 BCE. A new point of departure for the religion of Ithacus in Rome is indicated astronomically when Jesus, or Horus, was portrayed with the sign of the fish upon his head and the crocodile beneath his feet. You see how he's making no connection to how these things really are. He just simply says, look, this looks like this, so I'm going to call it this. This is what was this, and so I'm just going to call it that. Right? And so let me show you here. Let's go down. Let's look at some of the citations that they use. So he cited, he has a citation here, 14. Let's just go to the bottom of this and see. Let's see what he sees here. Let's go down and see if we see it. Let's go down and see if we see it. Hold on a second. Let's go down and see if we can find it. Oh, I missed it. Hold on. See if we can find it here. See if we can find that source here. No, there's no link to that source. See if they're able to source that. See if he's able to source that. Yeah, I don't see a source for that at all whatsoever. So he said this would be about the year 255 BCE, so-called. But the perverters of the Jesus legend in concocting the Christian history had falsified the time in heaven that the Egyptians kept so sacredly on earth during the ages on ages through which they zealously sought to discern the true way to the infinite through every avenue of the finite, and to track the eternal by following the footprints of the typical fulfiller through all the cycles and epicycles of renewing time. Esau is the coming son of the Egyptian Jesus on the ass of the donkey. Mythically rendered, he made his advent as a lion, or it may be said that he came riding on an ass. Now, listen to what he claims here, because as I told you, he's just simply smashing things together. Now, watch what he has to do in order to try to make these things cohesive. He says this would be about the year 255 BCE, so-called. But the perverters of the Jewish legend, in concocting the Christian history, had falsified the time in heaven that the Egyptians kept so sacredly on earth during the ages on ages through which they zealously sought to discern the true way. So he's saying that Christians, so at some point during the second and third, fourth century AD, see, it doesn't make sense because you don't have Christians until the first century. He's talking about 255 BCE. You don't have Christians until the first century, right? Then you wouldn't have any Christians that would have been writing extensively enough, quote unquote, until mid second century, mid third century, mid fourth century AD or CE to even have the ability to do as he just claimed here. And that is to pervert the perverters of the Jesus legend and concocting the Christian history and falsifying the time in heaven that the Egyptians kept. How were they able to do that? How are they able to do that? You see, so it's not a source of is not a source that you can base an entire belief system on. But you have others, especially like my good brother Chris Harris. Shout out to Chris Harris, who oftentimes gives us these narratives, and they're reading from Massey's work, but they're not reading from Massey's work and vetting what he's saying, because he's saying that the Christians changed the times and the seasons, and he has to be talking about the Catholic Church in order to disconnect the Horus myth or the Horus sonship from the Jesus sonship, that they changed the times to do that. Now, we know that they've changed the times and the dates for the Shabbat, for the Sabbath, right? But that was an argument that existed before the Catholic Church, right? He says they changed the times, right? They changed they went from the solar a specific Egyptian calendar, going specifically with the Julian calendar, or the calendar named after Julius Caesar. So they changed the times. But is this the reason why the times was changed? So that they could disconnect the sonship of Horus from the sonship of Yeshua? See, these are the things that really don't make sense when you begin to read his work. He has to be able to connect what he's saying, and he's not able to do that without making these broad claims, that these conspiratorial claims, right? And no scholar would even quote someone's conspiracy theory and use it as a good source of information. Which you have a lot of these brothers in this community, like our good brother Jabari and our good brother Chris Harris, Tahuti. They love doing this. Because why? They only expect you to believe their conclusion, right? I know I'm being a little bit long today, but we have to do some reading to understand where these things come from, right? So Ishu is the coming son of the Egyptian Jesus on the ass, mythically rendered. He made his agony as a lion, or it might be said that he came riding on an ass. Horus, the sacrificial victim, as the calf, was a special type in the Assyrian cult. The lamb is heard of as expressly Jewish. The lamb that was roasted on the cruciform, spit to image the crucified upon the cross at Easter, when the lamb was yet the typical victim. See, now he's talking about the Paschal lamb. We know the Paschal lamb does not come through the Egyptian belief system. Why? Because they worship the ram. The Egyptians worshiped the ram as a deity, just as they worshiped the bull, the Apis bull. They worshiped it as a deity. And so, if you read in a lot of historical texts how the Egyptians looked at the Semites, or the Semitic people, they looked at them as defamers, or those or vile because we ate lamb. We ate the calf. They worshiped the calf, the Egyptians, so they dared not to eat it. They worshiped the ram or the sheep, so they dared not eat the lamb. But when you're talking about the Paschal lamb, you see that comes through ancient Near Eastern culture, right? The eating of the lamb, right? They were not they were not sheep herders. Manfred Betek, uh, an archaeologist who has done many deep excavations in the various stratas. That means the different levels that you dig down. You know, you dig down to certain levels and you find certain things, and then you're able to date the time periods by finding certain objects which correlates to certain time periods the further you go down. So in the various different levels of the stratus he's found what they call in the area of Avaris, which is near the biblical Goshen or Koshim, right? He's found in those area the bones of what they call the long-faced sheep, or what they call the long-faced rams, and that's very important because uh, we see. I'm in my office, so that's the guy that does my lawn. He's out here working on the house. Hold on for a second, there. Hold on for a second. Please, break. Okay, family. So, like, my apologies. I think he's going around the back now. So again, let's get back to our information here. So as we talk about these long faced sheep, right? Uh, Clearly, we didn't worship the ram. We didn't worship the sheep. We didn't do that, right? So when we talk about the Paschal lamb, that has something more so to do with the meal that we partook in during the commemoration of the period of the Exodus, right? And so it is because of that um, that we often see during the times of the what do you call it? During the times of our celebration of the Passover, right? That you will see that during the time of Christ, as it's laid out in the biblical narrative, or the time of Yahushua, that at one point in time it correlated with the Roman festival of Easter, and that's mentioned in the book of Acts. And we know that they're not worshiping, or we know that they're not celebrating Easter, because the book of Acts tells us that the Roman authorities and that the Jewish authorities at the time refused to go after Christ during the pagan holiday or the pagan ritual of the Easter festival. But we also read that it also coincided with the Passover. Two different commemorations are happening at the same time. One had nothing to do with the other, right? One had nothing to do with the other. And so here, Gerald Massey fails again in trying to attempt to connect the sacrificial victim as the calf and as the special type in the series of the lamb. He said it's heard of as expressly Jewish, the lamb that was roasted on the cruciform and spit to image the crucified upon the cross at Easter. It was not. It was not, right? So he's only speaking of these things after and trying to make these connections. He has no um he has no real substance to make these connections. And if we fail to go, and the reason why I'm going to exactly Sister Cassandra, if we fail to go into what these people are actually saying, we'll take someone's notion, their conclusion, right? Oh, Jesus was the eternal Scarabaeus. He was called the eternal Scarabaeus. He was called the good Scarabaeus. He was called the horse. He's the sun, S-U-N, in Virgo. And the Virgo is the Virgin Mary, and Jesus is the S-O-N. So you see, it's the same. One, no, it's not. You made that up. You're making that up. If you're trying to conflate those two things, you're making it up. Two different points of period of time. One has nothing to do with the other. And so they attempt to make it all about astrological or astro. Um, what is the term that they use? Dean Murdoch uses it. Astro. It is astro, not astrological, but there's a different term for it. And I'll bring it up. But it's belief that all of the Bible is dealing with is how to read the stars, and they were just reading the stars, right? The study of the astrological rendering of the text, right? Is all it's all space theory, right? It's all mythical space theory, is what this is. Uh, Actual theological. Thank you. I am John. Peace and blessings to you. That's why I love this chat, man. Intelligent people always here. Peace and blessings to you, family. Astral theological. Yes, thank you. That it just has this astral theological rendering. Now, for those of us, when we read that, we miss the point of the fact that it is not one of the same. But does it have a higher consciousness that's involved with the text? My answer is always yes, right? Because who can really fully understand the mind of the Most High Yah? And if it is His word, then the knowledge that exists within the wisdom text has to go deeper and beyond and outside of that which is humanly possible at times. So what we have to understand that there is a higher consciousness to the wisdom text, but is it purely based on the creation of the Most High? The answer is no. The answer is no. Because the moment you start talking about astral theological renderings, now you start talking about worship of the sun, moon, and the stars and the constellations. And we just read in Deuteronomy chapter 4, verse 19, that is prohibited. That is something that we were not called to do. So it has to go beyond just looking at the stars and seeing the sun pass through the Virgo constellation, and then taking from that a rendering and saying, hey, listen, we must correlate that with the Son of God and with the Virgin Mary. That's not that is not how that's done, right? But is there a higher consciousness that exists within the text? Absolutely. Because if we're tapping into the wisdom of the Most High, the scripture tells us is who can search the depths of the Most High. but wisdom. So as we tap into that wisdom, our wisdom and knowledge and understanding can increase exponentially, right? But we can't be fooled and swayed by doctrines of men or astro theological renderings of the text. That does not fit. That does not fit. It doesn't help you to study the stars for answers. It doesn't help you to study the cycles of the moon for answers, right? So those things, as the scripture tells us, the sun, the moon, the stars, the elements, those things were made for our benefit. Were made for our benefit. Uh, and so let's continue just a little bit more of this. He talks about when the equinox passed into the ram sign. See, there he goes again. First, you got the sun passing into the Virgo constellation. That's when the sun, right, is in the womb of the Virgin Mary. The sun is in Virgo, right? Then he goes again when the equinox passed into the ram sign, Horus or Isu became the lamb son of a sheep, who as a son of the Father was the Son of God, and a special type, right, with the Sebek HETEPs, right? You see how he tries to make the correlation here, but doesn't make the correlation here. He just makes claims, no evidence. He says the event of a Jewish Jesus as the fish Ithacus was dependent on the Mishu or Messiah's son being incarnated with the vernal equinox. Page 736 was entering Pisces in the circuit of precision, where the female bringer forth was figured as the mother fish instead of the sheep, the cow, or the lioness. The astronomers knew and foretold that the divine babe was to be born, and the sign of the fishes, the sign of the Messiah Dag. And here's another thing that now, see, he's correlating Christ with a lot of these other things, right? So if you understand Dag or Dagon, if you study the book of Jonah, right? If you study the book of Jonah, Jonah and the being swallowed by the whale, right? It doesn't say whale. So like, yeah, I take that back. It doesn't say whale, but swallowed by the fish, right? Jonah being swallowed by the fish. If you study the Assyrian culture during that time, right? And this is another proof that you have ancient Near Eastern culture influencing Kemetic culture. Watch this. Because the Messiah Dag, right, which means fish, was also the same rendering, or it's the same beginnings or foundational root of the Dagon or the Dogon. It's the same, right? We all know about the Dogon priest, right? In ancient Kemet, right? They were observers of the stars, right? They followed and they read the alignment of the stars, right? This was also connected to Dag or Dagon, right? Dag of An or of Oan or Jonah, right? And so when you look at Jonah, absolutely the great fishes, thank you. So when you began to look at the story of Jonah, this is why you see the fish motif or the great fish is inserted into that story there. It's given in that story. Why? Because what you're reading during the book in the book of Jonah is that the Most High is prophesying against that deity, right? He's prophesying and he's speaking against that deity. Why? Because people are worshiping Dagon or Dogon, and Dogon is a half fish, half man. And so, in the biblical narrative in the book of Jonah, when Jonah is spit out of the great fish or out of the mouth of the great fish, he lands on to the shore. And the people that began, or the people that witnessed this, they began to believe that Jonah was a prophet of Dagon or Dag, or was Dag himself, right? And we know that the people of Nineveh, archaeologically speaking, worshipped Dag or Dogon, this half man, half fish deity, right? Let me take you a little bit further. If you study Samson and Samson and his triumph over the Philistines, right? They're called Philistines, but his triumph over the Philistines also were worshiping Dagon or Dogon, this same or Dag, this same fish deity in the same area that Jonah went to prophesy to later on, right? In the scriptures. And so this was a fight of this deity, right? That needed to be destroyed, right? It needed to be destroyed. Why? Because many Israelites were worshiping this deity during the time of Samson, during the time of Jonah, right? But Jonah's plight is that Jonah says, look, they're heathens. I don't want to deal with them. So now the story becomes more about Jonah and having to face his prejudice in dealing with people who he seemed or deemed lower than him, how the Most High had to turn his heart and show him that himself, Jonah himself, had to die. His pride had to die, because this is why Jonah ran in the beginning of the story. Jonah had to run. Jonah ran when he first received the instructions from the Most High to go to Nineveh and tell them what thus saith Yah, or they would be destroyed. Jonah said, no, let them die. They heathens. So this is why Jonah's heart had to be turned. The ending of Jonah is actually the full understanding of the beginning of Jonah, right? When the Most High begins to show him the understanding, he has the vision, the understanding of the silk plant and the silkworm and the different things of that nature, to show him, say, look, you're only who you are because how I made you. I created you to be. And I created you just as I created them. And so even after Jonah goes to Nineveh and he begins to teach and say what thus saith Yah, what did the king of Nineveh say? He said, listen, we thought we were worshiping the Most High. And see, and this is where I say the Most High in that instance really knew their heart of the people of Nineveh, that they really thought they were worshiping the Most High. And the Most High says, I'm going to send my prophet. I'm going to send Jonah to correct that. You're calling on the wrong dude, thinking you're calling on me. You're calling on Dagon, and you're not calling on me. Although that's what you believe. Y'all see how the deception works, how Hashatan can work in that deception? You could believe you're dealing and calling on the right Father, or on the right dead, or the right God, or the Most High, and you could be completely off. You can be completely off. That's why when folks start getting into arguing over the name of his name is Yahuwah, his name is Yahweh, his name is his name is, listen, be very careful with your understanding with these, because they'll have you calling on some names of some spirits that ain't got nothing to do with the Father, and you praying fervently, and you think you praying to the Father, right? Absolutely, Sister Cassandra. He had an ought against them. And this is why the Most High said, listen, even if you, that's absolutely right. He Jonah thought they killed his parents. And so he said, listen, let them all die. I don't care if they all die. And so in that moment, the Most High had to teach him at the end of that story, he had to teach him the lesson of forgiveness, even when it hurts the most. We talked about this on this channel before. Even when it hurts the most, you have to learn how to forgive, not forget, but to forgive. And so in that, this is why that whole the great fish motif, the man spitting out onto the shore. Here, let me show you some of that, and then we're going to get back to this because this whole goes into this understanding of how these names get attached to certain things, right? Like the great Scarabaeus, how this becomes attached, and we'll see these things as we go through this information. Uh, but let me show you, right? What this Canaanite deity Dagon looked like. Let's look at it. Please like, share, and subscribe. I'm going to show y'all this real quick. Sharing my screen. Right. Sharing my screen. And if y'all could see these images, and as you look at these images, consider the story of Jonah, right? Consider the story of Jonah. And so here is Dagon of the Philistines. He's a fish god, right? Remember I told you the Dagon of the Philistines that Samson dealt with? This is the same deity he was dealing with, a fish god. Let's see another picture. Here's Dagon here. Again, half man, half fish. Looking in the same aspects of Jonah, what he's dealing with here, right? Um, Here's more. I'm going to show y'all something else that trips you out too. In regards to this, here it is, another drawing rendering. That's a drawing of this here. All right. It talks about Bet Dagon here. Right. I just want y'all to look at the images for the sea. Right. Here's Gath, where they also found images of Dagon, the half fish, half man god. Right. Gath is a city, a Philistine city in the Bible, which they've excavated. Right. Uh, let's see here. I'll show y'all something else. And I did this a while ago, but I want y'all to see this. Let me show you. All right, so y'all see here, this drawing is just a rendering, right? And y'all have to understand that this Dagon was a part of, see, Dagon or Dagon or Dag, right? What we saw, right? Was an association with Baal, the Canaanite storm god, who also has ties with fertility and the harvest. In Ugaritic literature, Dagon, right, is the father of Baal, just as El is the father of Baal in Canaanite records. So how is it that they claim he has two fathers if in the same pantheon, right? Because oftentimes they like to say, "See, here's the image of your God El," and they show you the little golden man, seated, in the seating position, and he got on like the little dunce cap or whatever, right? And they say, "See, that's your God. That's the God of the Bible." No, when the Israelites are using it in the biblical narrative, the word El is used as a misnomer to mean the Most High or the highest deity, right? Basically, which is what they're saying here, right? That El is the highest deity, but they're not talking about the same God because their highest deity, El, as you see here in the Ugaritic and the Canaanite pantheon, would be what? Baal. People don't understand it. They think El is the highest deity, but that little man sitting on the throne with that little cap on his head that Jabari often likes to show in others, here's your God right here, here's your El. No, that's actually Baal. It's actually Baal, and they considered him El or as the highest deity. But the biblical narrative clearly tells us that El is not Baal in the biblical narrative. They're referring to him, they're using it as a misnomer. Just as we use the term God, they use the term El to describe Yahweh as the highest deity, right? In the biblical narrative. So watch this. Is the father of Baal records. Sesconathion, who was also a Phoenician uh, Phoenician author, circa 1200 BCE, a contemporary of Semiramis, queen of the Assyrians, according to Porphyry, right, said in Dagon after he discovered grain and the plow was called what? Zeus Erotrios or Eretrios. And Eretrios was the designation of Zeus as the plowman. So you see, Zeus is nothing more than Baal, just in a different pantheon. So the Greek Zeus is Baal, but you'll have others who'll tell you, no, see, Isus or Isus is Zeus, or Jesus is Zeus. Where do they make that correlation? We have the correlation here. But this is what I mean when people start saying the Messiah or Jesus or Christ or Yeshua. See, he was the great Scarabaeus, the eternal Scarabaeus. So was he the great and eternal Scarabaeus? Or was he Zeus? Is his name Hail Zeus? See, when you start asking these guys these questions and these arguments and bringing them out and say, listen, what are you really talking about here? What are you really doing here? They don't know. They're just parroting other people's information. They're not studying it. They're not vetting it at all whatsoever. Right? So watch this. So evidently in the 4th century AD, a tradition popped up that Dagon was a fish god based upon the Hebrew word dag, which means fish. And this was picked up in the Middle Ages and even swallowed hook, line, and sinker by some of the noted theologians of the day. Artwork was produced depicting Dagon as a merman which is now on display in the Louvre. Uh, Jewish commentators Rashi and David Kimi both perpetuated this myth in their writings, which was in turn picked up by John Milton in Paradise Lost, who called Dagon a sea monster, upward man, and downward fish. Now we see Dagon mentioned three times in Scripture: uh, 16, Jude 16, 1 Samuel 5, 1 Chronicles 10, and once in 1 Maccabees, the 10th chapter, depicting the destruction of the temple of Dagon, which was surprisingly still in commission at so late a day. Josephus and Philo, as well as Jerome, mentions Dagon, but not one mentions him as a fish god. Clearly, the fish god myth is late in origin and was sadly picked up by a very popular 17th century author and since passed off as archaeological fact. But the preponderance of the evidence of antiquity clearly showed Dagon not to be a fish god at all. Were there fish gods? Yes, of course. Take Onias, for instance, written about in the 3rd century BCE by Babylonian author Berosus, who just happened to be a priest of what? Baal or Baal or Baal. Onias was purported to be one who gave wisdom to men. This is a depiction of him in ancient Mesopotamian cylinder seal, clearly meeting Berosus' description of him as a god whose whole body was a fish, and under the fish's head was a man's head, and under the fish's tail were a man's feet. And I have included another colored engraving depicting a very altered version, looking more like a fish man right here. So watch this. You see this here? Now, what you would do is you would have some exactly and John, the correlation between donor and dove. Now, watch this. What do you see here? These are priests of Dagon, right? This is the Mesopotamian cylinder seal. These are this is a priest of Dagon here. You see, he's kind of depicted. See the priest of Dagon here? He's kind of depicted as a fish, right? Here's the drawing of it here. You see that? Fish scales down here. You see fish head up here. You see the top of his head. Now, I've seen the memes. There are many people who correlate this look with the attire of the Pope himself, right? Um, let's look at that real quick. I just want to show y'all how things come into ideologies in the minds of people that have no real valid connection when you began to vet these sources, right? Let's look at and you'll see what I mean. Let me share this with you. All right. Hopefully you guys can see my screen. Let's look at some of these. Right. I hate going to pictures, but I just wanted to show you the main. Matter of fact, let me show you. Let me show you a different one. I wanted to show you a different one here. Let me show you this one. Okay. It says, is the Pope's headgear adopted directly from a Mesopotamian hat, symbol of worshiping Dagon as seen in his fish mouth looking mitre or mitre, the hat that he wears on his head, right? The mitre hat, the priests of Dagon were known by their mitre hats, which resembled the open mouth of a fish. The same exact hat worn even today by the Pope as well as cardinals and bishops, all priests of Dagon and the religion that surrounded them, even to this day, is identical to that born in Babylon. Right? Let's see. Right? And so what they do is they show you the priest hat of the Dagon priest. Right? And then they show you this. The mitre hat that is worn by the Catholic priests, cardinals, and the Pope. Would y'all say that it's one and the same? Do y'all see the resemblance there? You see? The ancient Babylonians worshiped Dagon, the god of agriculture, plenty food, good and good fortune. Now remember this phrase here. Where did we see this before earlier today? I know it's been a while. The god of agriculture, plenty food, and good fortune. Let me show y'all real quick. Let's put a pen right here real quick. Let's put a pen right here real quick. And then I'm going to show you. Let me put a pen in there real quick. And let's go back to our text of Gerald Massey. All right. Where did we just see that? Let's go back. Right here. Y'all see it? Where Gerald Massey says, the Mesu, or the Messianic Prince of Peace, was born into the world at Memphis in the cult of Ptah as the Egyptian Jesus with the title of HETEP. He who comes with peace or plenty and good fortune as the type of an eternal youth. Well, wait a minute. If HETEP is the one who you claim, Gerald Massey, is the Egyptian Jesus out of the cult of the deity Ptah, out of the Memphite religion, you say HETEP is he who comes with peace or plenty and good fortune. Well, what do? We go back here and it talks about the ancient Babylonians worship Dagon, the god of agriculture, of plenty and good fortune. Y'all see how they smash these things together? Neither one of these things have no connection, especially to the historical Yahushua, Yeshua, Jesus the Christ, or it has any connection to them in any type of astro-theological renderings, and they try to make it seem. And so what they do is they begin just to smash these things together, right? So how are we saying that Dagon is the god of agriculture and of plenty food and good fortune, but also Imhotep in the Egyptian culture is also the god of good agriculture, plenty, and good fortune, whom they claim, or Gerald Massey claimed to be the prototype or the actual Egyptian Jesus. You see, you cannot trust you cannot trust what these people are talking about when it deals with identifying anything in the biblical text because they simply make it up. They simply make it up. The Babylonian head priests wore a headdress that represented the worship of Sybil and Dagon. It featured an open fish mouth on the head with the rest of the fish body forming a cloak. In the Roman Empire, it was worn by the head priest of Sybil, the Magna Mater, or the great Queen Mother Goddess. What do we also hear about the great Queen Mother Goddess? Right? Remember, I told you that the Romans, especially the Ptolemies, coming out of Rome, they acculturated. They brought with them a lot of the ancient Kemetic uh, uh, concepts along with them. And it's through the Ptolemies we see the seeds of the Catholic Church that happens and what they do by the time we get to Constantine. And they began to have these ecumenical councils, and these councils, circa uh, 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 350, 400, 500, 600 CE, they began to smash these things together, completely ignoring the first century, the time in which Christ or Yahweh or Yeshua actually walked the earth. They began to smash these things together. And so all these connections and alliterations come after Christ has lived and died and gone. Then people began to make these things up as they go along. But before then, no one is making these connections, right? It says today the Catholic cardinals, bishops, and the Pope all wear the open fish mouth mitre, which represents the worship of Seville and Dagon. The mitre hat of Dagon is always worn on the Kepa or Astaroth cycle or Seville. You see, who was Astaroth? The Bible calls it the queen. They call it the queen. They call it the one of her titles was the Queen of Heaven or the Queen Mother. And you see how they began to smash these things together. So now the Catholic Church renders Mary, the mother of Jesus, the Virgin. Now they render it as Ashtoreth or Sybil. And they all come with these same things. And this is, as you can see in the picture of Pope Francis. Watch this. Let me show you. And we're talking about was Jesus called the Great Scarabaeus. I'm going to show you why these things happen, and that's what I'm getting to, people. This is the syllabus that I'm giving you guys to get to the conclusion, right? I'm not just giving you the conclusion and just so you believe what I say. Let's just follow this a little bit, right? He says, so who is the Roman Catholic Church really worshiping? This study will reveal the meaning of the symbols, statues, and attire used by the Pope and priests as they reveal what the papal church is really worshiping. For thousands of years, pagan religions have used symbols to show which gods they worship. These symbols were declared openly in Egypt, Babylon, Rome, and other cultures. These symbols are still used today, but their true meanings are hidden. Most people typically don't notice the symbol, or they have a positive impression of it. The enlightened understand the meaning behind the symbols, and they use to communicate with others. Leaders of a Christian church should not have anything to do with the symbols of pagan gods, right? So watch this. For what fellowship have righteousness with lawlessness, and what communion has light with darkness, and what agreement has the temple of God with idols? For ye are of the temple of the living God, 2 Corinthians chapter 6, 14 verses 16, right? And so they're framing this, and they're saying Christian church because this is a study that was done by a Christian church, but the information is pertinent enough to the same, right? It says, so if you are a Catholic, ask yourself why the leaders of the Roman Catholic Church are using all these symbols of pagan deities. And that again is because of during the Ptolemaic period, the Roman rulers bought, or those pharaohs bought that iconography, they bought those iconoclasts, they bought that bastardized form of Egyptian religions with them, which later becomes the founding after Constantine takes over. Who, if you understand and read, Constantine was very big on following the Ptolemaic rule, right? And so Constantine, as he begins to hold these councils, and they talk about his vision, and he saw the blood in the sky, the cross in the sky, and this is what he thought was calling him to Christianity. Well, that's also another something no one could substantiate, right? Um, and so what happens is that you began to see what I call the Catholic Church or Catholicism uh, taking on its new identity from that what they worship and that what they dealt with in during the Ptolemaic period. So white uh, Comedicism, I put it to you like this: white Comedicism is nothing more than ancient Comedicism during the time as it was bought and delivered and propagated by the Romans during the Roman Empire during the time of Constantine. It's just white Comedicism. That's all it is. That's all it is. And this is why the images look the same. This is why the Virgin Mary and and the little baby Cupid or baby Jesus sitting in her lap can easily be confused with the iconography of Isis and Horus. There's an infant sitting on the lap of Isis. That's why the confusion is there. Not that they ever had anything to do with each other, but they're using the same iconography, they're using the same symbols. And people will tell you, well, see, they got it from there. They see it was the same. No, they got the images from there, the ideology from there, but in the cultures themselves, they're not represented. They don't match, right? So it says the succetti, which is worn by a Catholic priest and cardinals and the Pope, represents respect, fear, and submission to Sybil, the mother goddess of Rome. What does that look like to you guys? It's just a little bit bigger than the small hat. I'm gonna leave that alone. But what you see here, though, is almost a Star of David on the top of his hat. But watch this: the cap of Sybil is one of the oldest and most sacred pagan religious symbols of humanity, dating back to 2000 BCE. The skull cap was worn by the sun priests of Egypt. See, this is what I'm trying to tell you guys. Roman Catholicism is nothing more than white Comedicism. That's all it is. Nothing more, nothing less. And so when they try to say, see, Jesus was stole from that, well, you don't have Catholicism until the burgeonings of it, until the late second century CE through the third, fourth, fifth, sixth centuries. That's why they were having all of those councils, trying to figure it out. But they never, and Jabari is very good at this, he never addresses when we know, according to the Bible, the biblical narrative, in the first century is where the Israelites were first called Christian in Antioch. It's in the Bible. They were first called Christian in Antioch. Who? These Israelites. That's during the first century. Guess what? They did not use any of these symbols. They did not acquiesce. Why? Because they still were keeping Torah. These were Israelites. These were Jewish people. These were Hebrews. When I say Jewish, that means of Judea, of the geographical land. They were of the land of Judea. They were the people of Judea. They were still keeping Torah. Catholics don't keep Torah, but they will argue and fight and argue and fight. That the understanding of Yeshua or Yahushua or Jesus Christ was taken from ancient Kemet, but they skipped over the first century. How come they didn't keep any of the symbols? Yeshua, what we know about the people, even Paul himself, even if you don't say, and this is why I laugh at people, because the historians will argue up and down about the historicity of where the Yeshua or Yahushua was a historical figure. They'll argue up and down, but they won't argue with you about Paul because they'll tell you, no, we can authenticate Paul's at least 7 of his letters. So we know Paul, according to at least 7 of his letters, were actually written by Paul. So we can use that to say that Paul was a historical figure. But Paul talks about and talks to in his letters and is communicating with the family of Yeshua. He's speaking to James, the brother of Jesus, Yahushua, Yeshua, right? He's contemporary with those people. And although, here's another argument, and although Paul never physically met Yeshua or Yahushua or Jesus Christ, although he never physically met him, we know that they were living during the same time period. We know that. We know that. Based on when we know Paul was born, based on when we know the historical Yahushua, Jesus Christ, Yeshua was born. So they were contemporaries. So if you validate Paul, then you must validate Yeshua on that instance. Why? Because you have family members that Paul corresponded with in his letters. That's the same parents. It's Yeshua. So it's crazy for people to even make this argument that he was not a historical character. It's ridiculous, simply based on that notion, right? And as a matter of fact, that's the last time I saw our good brother Tahuti. I think right after that he argued with me about that, and after that, I think he was bitten by a snake. I'm gonna start calling him Paul. He says, but the skull cap was worn by the son priest of Egypt. It is a thin, slightly rounded skull cap, now commonly known by various titles, including the yarmulke by Jewish and the kufi by the Muslims. You see where this comes from? Show me in the first century where they were talking about wearing these. The first century Christians or Jews were wearing these. Show me any instance. You don't. Why? This comes later. All of the wearing of this that they brought back from ancient Kemet, the cap of Seville, which we know Seville, which is also asterisk, right? We know that this was going back at least dating back 2000 BCE, right? Where were they wearing this? The Roman Catholics call it the Succetti. Vatican Hill was the site of the largest ancient temple to Asteris Seville. Asteris, the goddess of fertility, sexuality, and war, was known as Sibyl in Rome. The Bible wars against worshiping against her. Then the children of Israel again did evil in the sight of the Lord and served the Baals and the Ashtoreths. Judges 10, verse 6. We're walking through the syllabus here. We're walking through the syllabus here, right? So we see there's a prohibition in Judges chapter 10. Early on, the book of the Judges talks about not worshiping the Baals and the Ashtoreths. It says they did evil in the sight of Yahweh by doing so. Right? So this was way back in Judges. So watch this. It says the Bible declares for a man indeed ought not to cover his head, since he is the image and glory of God. That's 1 Corinthians 11 and 7. And when it's talking about the covering of your head, you're not talking about you putting on a straw hat or a Dobbs or a baseball cap or a football helmet. It's not talking about that, but it's talking about in your sense of, are you covering your head in order to worship a deity? A deity. It's important, right? So let's talk about this, right? Still talking about that betrayal that is worn by Catholic priests, cardinals, and the Pope represents Dagon, the Babylonian fish god. The ancient Babylonians worshipped Dagon, the god of agriculture, plenty, food, and good fortune. We also know these are the same attributes that are anthropomorphically given to HETEP, which who Gerald Massey claims is the Egyptian Jesus. Right? So look, again, we see it here. In the Roman Empire, it was worn by the head of the priest Seville, the Magna Mater, the great Queen Mother. Right? It says God warned the Jews not to worship the gods of Babylon. I will pronounce my judgments on them concerning all their wickedness, whereby they have forsaken me and have offered sacrifices to other gods and worship the works of their own hands. So when is he talking about worship the works of their own hands? We should not be making idols, carving anything out of wood and stone, right? Just as we see in ancient Kemet, they carved many images and made sacrifices unto these deities, right? We see this in Babylon. They made many. They're finding little ancient little figurines all the time of the little statues and things that they worshipped. Right? Anything that is made with hands that you worship is an idol. The Most High says, "Don't do it. It's wicked." Right? Jeremiah chapter 1, verse 16. Right? And so when they go and pray before those saints, the Catholics, they go and pray before St. Peter and Saints, they go and bow before those statues. The Most High says you're in violation. You're in violation of his commandment. Right? So, but we're getting to these things. These things have really no connection, right, to a lot of the stuff that they claim, right? So watch this. This is another one. I always tell people about this obelisk in St. Peter's Square. St. Peter's Square, which is right here. This is the large courtyard in the Vatican. And every time when the Pope wants to address the people, they fill up this courtyard. And you see this image right here in the middle of it? That's an obelisk, an Egyptian obelisk. And if you really want to study and understand the construction of the Egyptian obelisk was nothing more than phallus worship. Phallus worship. right? Same type of figure we see all around the world in various parks and different natures. We see it in Washington, D.C. They have a great obelisk there, right? The Washington Monument, they call it. It's an obelisk, right? Here it says obelisks were prominent in the architecture of the ancient Egyptians who placed them at the entrance of a temple, marking it as a zone of sun worship. They represent the sun god Ra, the Egyptians' greatest deity, the creator of humanity, the source of all heat and light, the being on which man was totally dependent. An Egyptian obelisk sits in front of the pantheon of ancient Rome, which housed the statues of their pagan gods. The obelisk was originally constructed by Pharaoh Ramses II for the Temple of Ra in Heliopolis. It was brought to Rome in ancient times, where it was used near a shrine to the Egyptian god Isis. The pantheon was dedicated to Pantheos, meaning all the gods. When it became a Roman Catholic church, it was dedicated to the Virgin Mary and all the martyrs. The most well known Egyptian obelisk was re erected in 1586 AD in front of St. Peter's Basilica. It's claims to be the church where the skull or the bones of St. Peter or in the Bible in the New Testament remains, right? His remains are in St. Peter's Basilica. It is surrounded by a sunwheel with the points lining up with the vernal equinox, the summer solstice, and the winter solstice. And there's an image of it there. So we have to be very careful at times when we're hearing these things and these things are being smashed together. You have to understand who it is and what it is we're dealing with, right? Um, so let's deal with this, right? So let's go back to our reading, right? It says, so when Horus, the solar worship of Horus, entered the zodiac, the birthplace was shifted from sign to sign according to the movement and possession from Virgo to Leo, from Cancer to Gemini, from Taurus to Aries, from Aries to Pisces. The pathway of eternity is now depicted on the circle of precision. Now, what did we just see in the middle? Let me show y'all something. Let me go back and show that again. Let me go back and show y'all something again. I forgot to do this. When you guys look at this, I'm going to show you something. This is the courtyard of the Vatican, right? You see if I can make this a little bit bigger. Right. So this is called St. Peter's Square or the St. Peter's Obelisk, right? Now notice you see this round structure here. You see in the middle of it here the obelisk, right? See the obelisk here. What does this look like? We're gonna do some looking shit right now. But what does that look like in the construction of that? What does that look like? Does that not look like an astrological map? Does not that look like a sundial? As a matter of fact, wouldn't this structure act as a sundial? Wouldn't it? Remember, Remember this image? Remember this image? You see? I just want y'all to look really quickly. And what we see here, this astrological map, the sundial. Keep that in mind. Right? Keep that in mind. And what we see here. Right? It clearly has the images and the workings of a sundial. You know, what do you see here? You see these great paths. Right? Objects were prominent in the architecture of ancient Egypt, who placed them at the entrance of the temple, marking them as a sun for sun worship. Right? Right? And then here, and hold on. You see different symbols here used above. So oftentimes people see when they see the quote unquote Star of David or the different things like that, they say, "Oh no, that's the Star of Renfram," and no, that's not the Star of Renfram. But at the end of the day, what do you see? You see these two different contrasts on how they look at it to be as pyramids, right? As above, so below. So you start to see how they began to create and make this symbolism, right? And what it is showing, all of the various devil symbols and different things like that. And it talks about the hexagram has been used by people such as the pagan Babylonians, Egyptians, and Syrians to directly or indirectly worship Satan. And you see, even here, Freemasons use this same symbol, this serpent swallowing its own tail, right? We see these various different things here, right? All of these things are bought out, were bought with certain types of uh, ritual ideology, connections, and different things. And so, when I tell you all the time, if you really want to see the culmination of modern day uh, ancient Kemetic practices, look into Catholicism. Look into Catholicism, right? Because that's all it is. It's white Kemeticism. Nothing to do with the first century, right? And so a lot of these things they do, they take and again, a shout out to Isaac Brandon Elohim Risen Christ. Absolutely, that's exactly what they do. They take these images that had once had a spiritual meaning, and they take them and make them into and they mock and take them into market. But they do that in order to make those who are unlearned to forget or not really begin to go into the understanding of these ancient symbols and different things because they've been so inundated and bombarded with the propaganda of pagans and other you know, other people who look to deceive the masses. And so they get you to stay away from these things by bombarding you with new um, definitions or understanding of these symbols. Take, for instance, the rainbow. We all know. Some of y'all are afraid to wear rainbow tie dye T-shirts because it got rainbow colors in them. Why? Because some group has now propagandized it so that they've now taken over it. And when one person now, or the youth even look at it now, they don't look at it as being part of the covenant sign of Noah, um, and the Most High, that He would not destroy the earth with water again, as part as the symbolism for the Noahide covenant. But now they look at it as a symbolism for the alphabet community, right? And so, or some type of pride type of understanding, and got folks scared to say the word rainbow, right? But this is why they do that, so you could forget, so you can forget, right? And they do a good job at it. Why? Because we don't hold true to our faith and our understanding and our beliefs, right? This is why they do that. It's only to make you forget. This is how, and this is what they've done to us, even in slavery. Whether you're in the Arabic slave trade, whether it was a transatlantic slave trade, listen, you know, that's what they do. If they can get you to forget who you are, forget your culture, forget the power or the wisdom that comes along uh, with uh, 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 with uh, with your culture and with your people, passed down to you throughout your ancestors. They can get you to forget the wisdom text that your ancestors learned from and gleaned from and pass it along. If they can make you to forget, if they can get you to burn the Bible, if they can make you get you to the point where you make you think that it's antiquated, then they've succeeded in disconnecting you from your spiritual power. And to yeah, no, you your own spiritual power, you know. And so these are the reasons why they do these things. So even when we're talking about, is Christ or Jesus Yahushua, is he considered the great Scarabaeus or the great Scarab, right? Or the good Scarab, right? Is he considered this? These are how these things are created and done. And then they try to make an argument. See, the story of it only comes from the ancient Egyptians, but they do this to make you forget, right? So let's continue a little bit. And like I say, this is leading and going into our conclusion, but we're taking a roadmap there. We're taking a syllabus there. I'm not just giving you my conclusion and then telling you go figure it out yourself, right? So here, Helen Blavatsky wrote that Lucifer is the true God, and she incorporated the hexagram and the emblem of the Theosophical Society, which she founded in 1875. Even if you know about Helen Blavatsky, she had a magazine called Lucifer, right? She founded the Theosophical Society, right? That we see a lot of people were connected to. We just put out a lot of information on the Owaspian cults. Uh, um, James Newbrough, the founder or the writer of the Owaspian cult, uh, he gleaned a lot from Helena Blavatsky. And if you and as we begin to study his work, we find it chock full of symbols, symbols and emblems that were once used to denote wisdom texts or to denote um, wisdom. They flipped the script on it, give it a new name, change the narrative around, right? Satanists, Luciferians, astrologers, and witches use it to invoke the powers of demons. The six-sided star numerically equals 6666.6 triangle, six hexagon, six-sided hexagon. Christians pass it off as the Star of David, but the truth is that King David never used this star. So calling it a now sounding name hides what it really represents. King Solomon used it in witchcraft, magic, and idolaters worship to Asheroth and to Molech. Stephen accused the Jewish leaders, and you took up the tent of Molech and the star of your god Remphan, the figures which you made in order to worship them. That's in Acts chapter 7, verses 43, right? Let's look. The eight-pointed star represents the pagan goddess Ishtar, or the light bringer, right? Where do we see this? This is a shrine to Ishtar. You see? Even here, the scripture talks about Shamash, the sun god, in the Mesopotamian pantheon of deities. Shamash. See? Some of y'all just thought the whole, the the bikers, the warriors, the biker warriors, the motorcycle gangs wore this symbol, right? Or simply who, right? The Nazi. And the image an ancient Assyrian king is wearing a cross on his chest, just like the one seen on the Pope's robe. And for me, I really get into these types of conversations where they talk about, lookership. And I really do this on my channel. I really do this because, a lot of people are just trying to convolute the conversation just by showing you pictures of different things. But I felt it was necessary to do it this way and to incorporate some of this simply because of the topic, right? The Scarabaeus, right? And so sometimes to only show these types of connections is to show that they're incorporating these ideologies, these symbols, these beliefs into their specific pedagogy, or the way that they constitute their belief in something. And so these images play a major role, right? So Shamash, or the Akkadian Shamash, or the sun, was a native Mesopotamian deity and the sun god in the Akkadian, Assyrian, and Babylonian pantheons. Shamash was the god of justice in Babylonia and Assyria, corresponding to the Sumerian Utu. This cross was identified with a sun god 8 centuries before Christ, or Yeshua, or Yahweh, and long before it was called the Maltese cross by the Knights of Malta. It's also called the Iron Cross. Roman Catholic Adolf Hitler renewed use of the Iron Cross in 1939 and superimposed the Nazi swastika in its center. You see? Pine cones symbolize the worship of the solar god Osiris. Now, this is a pine cone, but people say, "Oh no, that's your pineal gland. It's your pineal gland, right?" And so they'll go into that type of understanding. But you clearly see this here. There's a pine cone on the Pope staff. you know. So we clearly see this here. This is all I'm looking for. I'm sorry. Pine cones are associated with spiritual enlightenment by ancient Babylonians, Egyptians, and Greeks. They represent the mysterious link between the physical and the spiritual worlds, which can be found in the human brain and the pineal gland, right? The pine cone staff is a symbol of the solar god Osiris and originated in Egypt, where he was their Messiah who died for his people and whose mother is Isis and was worshipped as the Virgin Mother. The Vatican also has the world's largest pine cone that once decorated a fountain in ancient Rome next to a vast temple of Isis. At the old St. Peter's Basilica, it was dedicated to Attis, son and lover of Seville or Asura. The Catholic Church then relocated it to what's now called the Vatican Court of Pina. Um, here, Revelations 13 says that Satan the dragon gives authority to the Antichrist, the beast. The Bible calls Satan the great dragon who deceives the world, right? So the great dragon was cast out, that serpent of old called the devil and Satan, who deceives the whole world. He was cast to the earth, and his angels were cast out with him. Revelations 12 and 9. Most people don't really understand when you're reading the book of Revelation that you're only really reading a summary or summation of the Old Testament. The book of Revelation is really only a summation of the Old Testament. That's all it really is. So as you're reading and studying it next time, if you do study it, try studying it from that perspective. That the book of Revelation is only a summarization or a closing on the Hebrew Bible, on the Tanakh. That's what it's given us here. So Revelation 13 tells us that the Antichrist beast is empowered by the dragon to deceive the world. So they worship the dragon who gave authority to the beast. And they worship the beast, saying, who is like the beast? Who is able to make war with him? Revelation 13 and 3. Now it talks about how we're going to be dealing with the beast. Who is like the beast? Who is able to make war with the beast? Right? We're going to be dealing with that. But let's not lose focus. It's not the beast who has the power. It is the dragon who gives authority to the beast. So we have to be very careful for the very things that we submit ourselves to, especially when you're talking about authority. Authority is what religious paradigm are you following? That's the authority here, right? And so the Catholic Church has an authority, right? People who are not seekers of the Most High and his laws, statutes, and commandments, and understanding his ways according to the Torah and the Hebrew Bible, and solidify the testimonies of those who walked with the great teacher, the martyr Yeshua, who the disciples learned many things for our time. These things are connected. These things are speaking as one, right? But you have to understand that when you're reading uh, things that are being delivered by other people, again, as I said before, they're only giving you their conclusion. They're not giving you the steps or laying out the path for how they got there, right? And so these are the things that we have to clearly keep in mind, right? So, and you see these images here, dragons that are displayed at the Vatican, some in the crest of the popes. Why are there dragons here? Why are there dragons here? Why are there dragons here? Why is there a dragon there? Right? Why do we see those things? Why? Because it's giving us an alliteration to Revelation. about the beast having the authority. What is the beast? The system. What is the beast? The beast is the system, right? The dragon that gives the authority is the entity that created or enables the beast, right? It's the authority, it's the ruling government. That's the dragon. That's the ruling government. The beast is the religion. And so the ruling government is what Revelation is telling you in Revelation chapter 12, verse 9. So that the great dragon, right? The great dragon, right, was cast out, that serpent of old called the devil and Satan, who deceives the whole world. He's deceived the whole world. He deceived the whole world. He's going to make you think he has no authority. He's powerless. He's going to stay in the shadows. That's why you got to worry about folks who popping out and saying that. But they got so much. If folks come out and say, man, they got all this and they all that. They in the news media cycle and it's all that. Trust me, they ain't the ones. They not the ones. They're not the ones. Because this dragon here is subtle, right? The one who carries the authority here, right? Who gives authority to the beast, who deputizes the beast to go out and do his bidding, right? So let me share this just a little bit. Right. And we're just going to be talking about briefly Jesus, the good, or the Scarabaeus, right? Is the biblical Jesus a retelling of the Kemetic deity ATUM, HETEP, or the child horse? And we clearly see there's no connections with that, right? But let's continue, right? Now, Jesus being called the great Scarabaeus was an assertion that Jeremiah made or claims that St. Augustine himself stated, which I see my meme here, right? It says, I didn't write that, but I wish I would have. That's St. Augustine referring to Jeremiah, right? Referring to Jeremiah, referring to Yeshua as the great Scarabaeus, right? But St. Augustine, there is no quote. Listen to me good. There is no quote written by the hand or delivered by the tongue of St. Augustine himself that says he called Jesus the great Scarabaeus, or that he was the great Scarabaeus. It does not exist. But you have people like Jabari and our good brother Camzyverse, and many others, I'm sure. You say, well, there's there's church fathers that say that Jesus, even called him the good Scarabaeus. No, that's false. They never did. That's false. That's false. Simply not true. Simply not true. Right? There's no citation that we get that from. But when you're talking about scarabs, the long-term story of how Jesus, the African healer, encountered a dung beetle who helped St. Augustine convert to Christianity. I'm going to show you the misrepresentation. right? I'm going to show you the misrepresentation. Let's see it, people. Please hit that like button, like, share, subscribe. And what I'm going to do now, because I really want us to engage just for a few more moments. Just for a few more moments. I put the link in the chat. Appreciate you, brother. Put the link in the chat. And so let's look at this. I want us to read something real quickly. This is called Scarabs, right? Or Appeals for Protection and Resurrection, May 2012. And this is from Professor Nicola Adderley from the University of Birmingham. And let's see what she says. Let's see what she says. Scarabs, Appeals for Protection and Resurrection, Dr. Nicola J. Adderley, Scarabs, Amulets, Petitions for Safety and Preservation. She says among the diverse repertoire of ancient Egyptian amulets, the most common form is that of a scarab. Amulets of this type first appeared during the 6th dynasty and remained in use until the Greco-Roman period, although amulets in the form of beetles are attested as early as the 1st century dynasty. A wide variety of materials were used in their production, ranging from metal to animal products such as bone and beeswax, although various types of stone were the most common. The prominence of the scarab as a form of an amulet arose from its association with creation, new life, and regeneration, and consequently resurrection and rebirth. These associations developed, listen, people, this is very key to why we're going to slice through real quick with this whole is Jesus the great Scarabaeus, or the fathers, the church fathers call him the eternal Scarabaeus, right? Let's watch. It says, this is what she says. She says the and consequently resurrection and rebirth. These associations develop from the misapprehension, right? The misapprehension that the beetles or the scarabs hatched spontaneously from balls of dung without the need for sexual reproduction. Y'all get that? She says the ancient Egyptians, the people in the ancient in ancient times, believed that beetles or these scarabs hatched spontaneously full grown, fully developed from balls of dung without the need for sexual reproduction. So, since they didn't see any sexual reproduction occurring between two beetles, right, all they saw was the beetle fully developed hatching from a ball of dung. They assumed, based on their visual observation, that the beetles must have some type of parthogenic um, process, right? That they must impregnate themselves, or they create themselves, right? Or there's no sex involved, sexual reproduction needed in order to reproduce. And so now you can start to see how later on these types of understandings um, can later become attributed or become part of a mythos, right? Part of a mythos. So let's watch. In addition, observation of the beetle assiduously rolling a ball of dung along the ground inspired to believe that the daily journey of the sun disk across the sky was facilitated by the god Kefri in the form of a giant dung beetle, while the renewal of the sun each morning, after fading and disappearing the evening before, invents the scarab's capacity for regeneration. So, according to this professor, the whole concept of the solar bark or the dying and rising sages of D.M. Murdoch or Gerald Massey and all that notion comes from the observation of the scarab beetle. Are y'all following me here? It comes from the observation of the scarab beetle. They created a whole system of belief, a whole pedagogy. They created a whole system, a whole priesthood simply based on their misapprehension or observation of a dung beetle. You see? Of a dung beetle. And so, as they observed the dung beetle rolling its feces into a ball and rolling it along the ground, and I think we have some video on that, rolling it along the ground in the shape of a ball, in which they attributed to the sun disk being, um, or the sun going across the sky, right? That somehow that the dung beetle has some type of magical powers, some type of spiritual learning and understanding. Remember, we talked about having knowledge is not wisdom, right? All knowledge doesn't equal to wisdom, right? So watch this. I'm going to show you what they were looking at. Let me show you what they were looking at. Fair use. Here we go. Tell me if y'all can hear the audio. Okay, Cindy can't hear. Let me see. 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 Let me see if I can let you guys hear it. Okay. Let me go back. I'm gonna try to get the sound fixed on it. Put a one in the chat if you can hear me. I just want to make sure you guys can hear me well now. Put a one in the chat if you can. Okay, great. Yeah. So okay, great, awesome, fantastic. Shout out to you, Sister Vivian. Good to see you in the building. So again, what they've observed. I think someone just popped in the back. I think what they observed from the dung beetle and its apostle.
Bless Elder, how you doing?
There he is. Appreciate you, apostle.
Yeah, how you doing, man?
Oh man, I'm blessed, man. How
Everything
you
good?
doing?
Yeah. How am
Good,
I
man.
being
Good,
heard? Loud and
good,
clear?
good, 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 good.
Yeah, the chat was saying there was a
Yeah, I
problem
can hear you
hearing you,
very
but I hear
well.
you. So, yeah, okay. The chat was saying
Oh,
that there was
okay,
a problem
okay.
hearing you, but I
Yeah.
was just saying I hear you well. So I don't know what they
Oh,
saying, but
okay.
I just wanted to add.
Yeah.
I didn't come
Sometimes
to
it
stay
happens.
on. I didn't come to stay on. I just came on to add with the Dogon.
Yes.
What they believe. Um,
Yes.
that has to do with that mitre, that
Mhm.
hat
Mhm.
that we see our Pope, the vicar
Mhm.
of
Mhm.
Christ, meaning instead of Christ or in place of Christ,
Correct. Correct.
means. The Dogon said from Series B,
Mhm.
150 or 175 years ago, they had a visitor from Series B that was half humanoid and half fish.
Correct.
And I think they called his name Domo, and it was his brother Momo, or some crazy stuff like that. These were
Mhm.
brothers,
Mhm.
and
Mhm.
and they were gods. Um,
Mhm.
but that's where that whole that's now the Dogon say that's when they visited them. They've been knowing about this for over 175 years, and it's been
Mhm.
passed down. They knew about Series B when this world's technology didn't know anything about Series B until after 1960s is when they found out about Series, that it was another, matter of fact, that it was a triple star system, Series A, Series B, and Series C. That
Mhm.
each of these stars has planets around it. So
Mhm. Mhm.
my thing is, how would the Dogon know that
Mhm. Mhm.
except some kind of way their story is true with top scientists in the 1900s didn't know about Series B.
Mhm.
And when they visited the Dogon back 150 years ago, the Dogon told them and pointed to the star system and told the mercenaries, missionaries that came about it. And this is
Mhm.
documented and recorded. So that's some
Mhm.
powerful stuff, man. Um, this is before uh, modern science technology.
Mhm.
Here they talking about what we call Series B, right? They ain't got no telescopes. You can barely see it with your naked eye. You can't see Series C at all with your naked eye. You can see Series A with your naked eye. So how were the Dogon to know about this? And annually imitated in their festival as giant beings walking around on the earth in costumes, half fish, half humanoid. How is that possible, man? It makes you wonder, right? Makes you wonder. But that's the information, man, that I have about it. So I just wanted to share it. You was right on, man. Why is the Pope, and what does the Pope know? I can see him walking around with a mitre, but why does it look like a fish mouth? A fish with an open mouth. Why does it look like that? I can see him imitating Christ, saying that the keys were left to Peter and he inherited from Peter. I can see all of that. I don't believe it because Peter ain't had nothing to give you, right?
Right.
In spite of what the Catholic Church and IUSP, well, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
IUSPK, because they believe that Christ gave Peter the keys.
Facts.
They believe that Peter, which means pebble, Petra, pebble, not rock, stone or pebble. Christ made him the chief cornerstone when Christ himself is the chief cornerstone that the builders rejected. Christ is the chief cornerstone, the foundation of what we got, because he is the head of the church. And we are but mere body. We are but the body that housed the head, that showed us up the head, right? That's all we are. That's all Peter is. Peter's just like you and I, right? A servant. We're all servants, sons of the Most High, So I didn't came in to dominate your show. Like, I feel bad, man, for your last one that we came in that I'm pretty sure you edited, man, because it turned into a mess. You did a great presentation to have us a bunch of fools on the end arguing back and forth, messing up your video, man. I apologize to you for that.
Hey, I
You
appreciate
did a
that, but
respectable show, man.
yeah, I appreciate that. But
Yeah,
again, I know we're spirited and zealous about our positions on things, and my show then at the end of the day, man, it's about discourse, and so that's a part of the show. So
right.
I always appreciate you, man, coming on. Appreciate you coming on and sharing your information. And again, I did a breakdown. Shout out to Asiatic Lion, man. Um,
Yeah,
I'm
my
gonna
brother.
talk to you, man,
Yeah.
and Asiatic, you're welcome to go in, man, as
Hey,
if you're ready, man. I'll give you the floor now.
Shalom, Elder Yara, Shalom, Elder.
Hey,
Uh,
shalom.
um, yeah, man, it's an interesting conversation. I definitely appreciate the Dogon too. Um, a guy named Larry Scranton wrote a text about the Dogon, and he went over
Hmm.
a lot of their writings, and he even talked about them having a Levitical connection. uh,
Facts.
the guy, uh, Larry Scranton. It's interesting that the knowledge or the cosmology of the star Sirius, uh, it stretches to Mali. It's in Kemet. It's in Mesopotamia too.
Hmm.
Um, you know, but I don't. In light of all of the information that we are privy to nowadays. I think it is. I think we shouldn't trample over the fact of the Dogon speaking a Niger Congo language,
Mhm.
but the deity is Afro-Asiatic. If it is,
Facts.
I believe that it is indeed the gang of Mesopotamia, but it's all the way in Mali. Obviously, we should be investigative about how did that get there. How did that happen? You know, that's my approach to it. So their genetics would be a factor. In the conversation. They definitely have early, super early E markers, even before E1, E1A, and E1B1B. They got the markers that E1B1A and E1B1B split from. The Dogon got the old ones.
Mm.
You know, I just think it's a factor. And just to quote, at
Yeah.
least a text, Larry Scranton, white guy, wrote a text on it, but he postulated Levitical connection with the Dogon.
Hmm. Hmm. And I am familiar with reading his work. I want to share my screen. Before
Before you do
I
that,
just wanted
brother,
to say the reason why I was playing the Dunk video of the Dunk video of this, it talks about the uh, Christ being alluded to as the great Scarabaeus, right? But the reason why the dung beetle was so important in the ancient Egyptian cosmology and their culture is because, as you see, it rolled its dung or its food into a ball, and you could see the struggle in doing so, right? Gathering its food, rolling it into a perfect spherical uh, shape, being constant in its motion. And then one of the various things that the dung beetle or the scarab was aware of was to position it after all of this rolling, get it to a place at a particular period of time when the sun was at its highest point and its hottest, right? And so that's the time it would get it directly underneath the positioning, aligning it with the sun, and so that it would bake and harden. And once it baked and hardened that little dung ball, it was easier for them to move it and move it around at a much quicker pace, right? It was easier for them to store it. It becomes hard, shell becomes hardened, and it was easier for them to store it for later use and consumption, and even to burrow themselves into to protect themselves from the heat and from the sun. And then that's why, on observation by the people of ancient Kemet, they would often see these beetles emerge fully from sort of these dung balls, these balls that had hardened and baked in the sun while they cooled themselves on the inside. And so this is how they began to build their understanding of the universe. And as they saw the sun setting and rising, they began to attribute it to how anthropomorphically, or I should, yeah, anthropomorphically on how they observed the scarab beetle. And so all of a lot of what they did came out of that. But it always goes back to how they observed things in nature during those particular periods of time. That's why, even dealing with the concept of Jonah, even dealing with the Dagon, the Dogon, Dag, and all of these different things, I wanted to share and show you guys this as well. If you can see it
Elder, y'all, before
here,
you go in,
this is something.
let me
Yeah, go
say
ahead.
shalom to your audience and to your chat. I got to run.
Sure.
I,
Oh,
I
sure
got
thing.
to head out to my son's place. He just got a new condo, and he
Okay,
invited
great.
me and his mother over. So I'm gonna say shalom to y'all. Big ups to Asiatic brother. Good seeing you in the house again,
Oh,
man.
no,
And
brother.
great show going on here,
No,
man. Keep feeding the people, brother. Keep feeding. All
no, I
right. I'll
appreciate you,
talk
man.
to y'all
Definitely.
later.
Hey,
Love
peace and
you.
blessings to you,
Much
man.
love.
Shalom. Much
All
love to
right.
you. Right. So I don't know if y'all could see. Um, I don't know if y'all could see what I'm sharing. Let me see here. I don't think it is sharing. Nope. Oh yeah, there it is. There it goes. Now it's sharing. Should be sharing. Right. Um, but this is something that this is a work that I virtually completed. One of the books that are coming out. Once I start writing things, you see it. Noah here talks about Noah. You see on the front of here it has the Norma palette. But I talk about the African cosmology and the biblical prophets, right? And what I go into again, I begin to talk about Jonah, right? And you can see the various different cosmologies of this half fish, half human deity. You can see it in the Hindu religion as well, right? That's the name of it, Sayata Yuga, right? They also have talked about the same deity. Then Narma, the king of the sea. People don't really realize that he also carried that title, right? Narma, king of the sea. And then you talk about, here he is. I think I am John talked about this quite a bit. Oneus, the fish god, right? And then Oneus, the fish god, or Dagon, was known as Enlil, right? Um, and I talk about this cosmology, right, as it's repeated in Mesopotamian and African cosmologies. Talk about the city of Nineveh, right, as we read in the biblical narrative, right. Um, but I wanted to get to something to the African part of it, and before, and I think and ISIS back in I think 2012 or something like that, they were reported to have destroyed what they believed to be the actual tomb of Jonah, right, which was located in Mosul, right? Um, and you can see remnants of it here after ISIS came in and actually destroyed it, right? But what I wanted to get to on the show, something here. Here you can see it here. Now this is a Dogon ark, or what they call the Ark of the World. And what you can see here, remember we talked earlier about those pine cones, right? And then here's those two figures that you talked about, Asiatic, those two brothers.
Yep.
You see how
Uh-huh.
they look? These amphibian things. This is
Yeah.
from let me go it up a little bit bigger.
I think it's just to give you a little bit of my perspective. Excuse me. I think it's a maritime element. Definitely
Mm-hmm.
undertone when we
Mm-hmm.
look at the significance of the boat and even of knowledge of the stars. Because if you're moving at nighttime, in the ocean, the stars are going to be high. Even on land, the stars can help you navigate if you're moving in the night at nighttime. And
Mm-hmm.
in particular reference to people that would be coming from a nomadic lifestyle, or
Right.
Hebrew Israelites, for instance. You would be dealing with a lot of desert travel. You know what I mean? So movement at night
Right.
would be a thing, and you would possibly utilize stars to move, as our people did,
Absolutely. Absolutely.
navigating from the south to the north over here in the U.S. But yep, yes, sir.
Yep. Absolutely. And then you can see the full rendition of the Dogon Ark, and it has these almost fish-like beings, right? Like half man, half fish beings on the side. Um, and then we get into the Nomo. I think one of you mentioned that. Either might have been Apostle, might have been yourself, and they talk about the Nomoko,
Yeah,
but they also have
possibly.
connection to the Dogon. Yeah, a connection to the Dogon and this Onias and this Dagon and this fish cult. But let me show you them. Here they are here as an actual tribe, the Nomo tribe. And they're representing here the Dogon fish god of Nomo. You see that? That's an actual photograph of the Nomo tribe, and that they're worshiping the Dogon fish god. So when people talk about, you know, what the biblical narrative says, even what the Quran says, and different things, there are elements of fact and elements of actually it's all a wisdom text, but they're all elements of truth in that. What we see is people's different observations and perspectives of it, of that truth, right? And so that's what we're reading in these wisdom texts. And so this is the actual tribe, the Nomo tribe in Africa, right? Who claim to be of the Dogon, and they worship the Dogon fish god, right? Now here's what they call the Nomo archetype of the Dogon fish god. That's why they have the mask here, the Nomo Dogon mask. That's what it looks like, right? This is a drawing of rendering, right? And watch this. Look at this. This is the Dogon fish god of the Nomo, but guess what? These are alliterations from many different African tribes. You see? Many different African tribes, but they all carry the same symbolism of these fish beings or these fish-eyed beings or aquatic-like beings, right? That they give preeminence to, right? Here's another. Now here's the Nomoko here again. Here is that ark, that Dogon ark, right? Um, they also have a connection to the sea people, right?
Yeah, that's critical. That maritime, it's a lot
Yeah,
of maritime undercurrent. Just to add
yeah,
on. And
facts,
Ani,
facts. Someone else
the
just jumping on.
Ani the Gong, Ani the gang. What you said, Elder Yara, the name is Ani.
Mhm. Yes.
Yeah, the Ani is
Let me see. Start
that's
putting
that's
here.
that's like a ethnonym. Ani. That's related to
Mm-hmm.
the Anu people,
Mm-hmm.
and
Mm-hmm.
it's related to the word for Jonah. The Jonah at the center of Jonah, the Una, the Ani.
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. And then you can see also with Onias, you can see here they have found the figurine of the Dogon fish gods or the perspectives of them, the half fish, half man, the Mesopotamian, the Assyrian connection to these different tribes, right? Uh, let's look here. I got so many different images of these things, right? Here's another one from the Nomo. Here's another one when they talk about the Dogon and the serious mystery, right? And you were talking about that. Guess what this image is from? This image is from the Japanese, it's from the Chinese. They also have a connection with the dual. You see the dual, the two, who they
Yes, sir.
claim came from them from the sea and brought them wisdom and knowledge as well. Now, there's no connection between the Chinese and the Dogon in any type of written literature as is sharing the same material culture. But here we see the same images of them when it comes to this.
Right.
How is it that they carry the same understanding of Series B, Series A, and Series C, as we talked about, and that they got it from, or that it came from these two individuals who they claim emerged from the sea.
Yeah.
Same with the Dogon.
It's maritime.
It's
It's a
maritime,
lot of
exactly.
it's a lot of maritime inference and substratum in the story. You know, the
Mm.
story is about, and then when you look at stuff like that, you know, that's in my opinion, my humble opinion, Elder Yaron.
No, I agree with you. I as these people were beginning, as they were seafarers, they
Hmm.
began to exchange these beliefs and looking for protection on the seas and in the waters. You began to see them. Listen, this is what the book of Jonah actually tells you, right? It talks about when he got onto the boat that a great typhoon or the waters became trouble. And what did the other people on the boat do who had different gods? It said, let every man pray to his own God as to is someone troubled, why the seas are troubled. Which one of you have angered your God that the seas are troubled? Right?
Right.
And what did they begin to do? Then Jonah steps up and confesses. He says, it is me. And what did they do? They cast him off the side.
Hmm.
You see, it goes into, as you said, this maritime understanding of the water and being troubled, and the waters being troubled, and then the seas being troubled, and the power of the seas, and how
Who's controlling the waters right now that got everybody held captive economically right now?
man, come on,
Yaron.
man, there you go. See that? See
Got the
that's what we
whole world
got the
held
whole world.
captive with NATO and their
Yep, NATO.
institutions.
That's right. That's exactly right. You see this every time one of those. That's why it's big news every time one of those barges or cargo ships gets stuck in the Suez.
Yeah.
It becomes big news.
Hmm.
You see?
Hmm. And they use it to drive up prices on different things and whatnot, control our people, control the world
Yep.
economy.
Exactly. And that's the reason why we even have a Suez Canal today. They had
Yeah.
to, they created that to control commerce and and control the world economy.
Yes, sir.
Right? 80% of the products that America use today come from overseas.
That's the monster in the water. In my opinion,
Hey,
it's that
that's what I was saying earlier, man. This thing is that's why I was saying, man, that thing is dealing with the beast. That's why I read in Revelation chapter 12. It talks about the beast, it talks about the dragon
Mhm.
that gave authority to the beast. See,
Yeah.
the beast is the system. The dragon is the people that's controlling it. That's given the authority at quote unquote the UN. They're the ones that's given the authority, right? So when people even reading the Revelations talk about 666, you cannot buy, sell, or trade. The only reason why you got to buy, you can't buy, sell, or trade. Somebody has to stop the flow of commerce.
Yeah.
You see, it's not just cutting off your bank account. Somebody has to be able to stop the flow of trade, and that can
Orders.
only come, and that's only done when you have different countries who have exchange, who have treaties, right, where they exchange goods and different things of that nature. You see what I'm saying? When Barack Obama was in office, I forget the name of it, but it had to do with Taiwan and the U.S. and some other countries. The treaty that they created to exchange foreign goods with each other, right? And China was upset about it, right? Because it would give Taiwan more power, and China's been trying to control China China's been trying to control Taiwan for centuries now, right? And so when people are looking at these things, they have to understand like we're dealing with um world economic systems, and there is a group that controls these world economic systems, but the system that was created itself is the beast. That's the beast,
Mhm.
right? Because that's what everyone submits to. They submit to the beast. Why are they submitting to the beast? Because they want the latest cars, the latest houses, the latest clothes, right? They want the latest luxuries. Those things are the beast, the things that draw us away, the things that indulges us and entices us. It's not the dragon that actually does the enticing, it's him that gives the authority to the beast to do the enticing. You see? So when we're looking at these images, they're all connected. And even talking about the great Scarabaeus, was Jesus the great Scarabaeus? Like when we see these things being done and talked about, these things are being smashed together. People are not really studying and vetting information. So when someone says, "Oh, he's the great Scarabaeus," or the great Jesus, or he's the eternal Scarabaeus, well, what is he talking about? No one for thousands of years even thought that he was the great Scarabaeus. But we start placing these things upon each other. Why? Because we just keep going with someone else's perception, right? And I just read in the chat. I wanted to read that where I am John says facts, elder, is fragmented to our experience of perception. He says that's also why Nomo alludes to name because it becomes subjective truths. Absolutely, that's a fact. That's how these things are done. Right. Sister Cassandra says, um, some say the Suez Canal was created to geographically create the Middle East. That is correct. There was no Middle East that existed. I'm sure Asiatic Light, if you're still on, you can speak to that.
That is correct, brother. Yes, sir.
You
All of
know.
that is when we look at the archaeological record, all of what we call the Middle East was Nubian.
Mm,
It's all Nubian core technology, Afro Arabian Nubian core technology. That nomenclature does not belong to me. You can quote Dr. Jeff Rose on that, who is one of the staunchest proponent for an Afro-Arabian Nubian technological complex in Arabia and the Levant. That is Dr. Jeff Rose. You're 100% correct, Elder Yara. Yes, sir.
yeah, shout out to Sister Cassandra for placing that in the chat. Because see, this is what we have to understand. Like a lot of these things that we see, they're not they're not so much as connected with in a spiritual rendering, but they're connected in a geographical. They're connected geographically through certain aspects of trade and commerce. Trade and commerce. I talked about it before. Babylon is out of the Babylonian system for economic and trade that we even get the word sin, sin, which was their concept of debt, debt, right? So even when as the term sin became colloquially used for the acts for immoral acts, it was first used as a as an understanding for debt in the exchange of commerce and goods and consumerism coming out of ancient Babylon, right? So I think is it Jeff Rhodes, Rhodes, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Rose. Rose.
Oh, Rose, Dr.
Yeah.
Rose,
Yeah. Rose.
Rose, Sister Cassandra, Rose,
Dr.
Dr.
Jeff
Jeff
Rose.
Rose.
That's a European, Elder Yara. That's the funny thing. Our people would probably call him a blackologist.
But see, once you
You know,
understand, once you begin to understand and study it,
for real, bro. Let's say he teaching blackology.
and earnest, but that's what it leads you to, you know. Um,
And, and,
but
and
again,
shout out, excuse me too, Elder Yara. Shout out to Dr. Jeff Rose. I appreciate your work, sir.
yeah, no doubt, no doubt. And so these are the things that we clearly understand. Here's another depiction of that of Onias or the Omo or the Dogon or the that particular deity, right? You see this image here,
And
right?
that Onias, it resurfaces once again, Elder Yara, respectfully. I just wanted to add on that point. You know what I mean? And really like highlight it. That Oni, it's really it's in a lot of different areas, in the significant areas. It's on the name of the Great Pyramids of Kemet, Uni or Anu.
Mm-hmm.
Is here obviously amongst the Dogon tradition, and it's in West Africa amongst the Uni Ife tradition,
Mm,
as well as Hannibal, Annibal, Anani, who
yeah,
said to
Hannibal.
be a Phoenician.
Hmm.
So it's just in some interesting places, and it's connected to people who were dealing with who were known to be dealing with maritime trade, in the past.
Yes, yes, absolutely, absolutely. And so even when you look in a lot of these ancient texts, they give you these understandings, and in some of these mythos, you have King Solomani, right, and the hungry whale, right. This is another ancient Arabic understanding of this gives us this Jonah-like understanding of beings that come from the sea, right? Or dealing with large fish or large different things that dealing with the seas and being able to tame the seas. Even in the ancient Greeks, people often talk about Zeus, but one of their greatest or even most deities that many of them claim even almost had more temples than Zeus was Poseidon or Typhoon, right? And even in the New Testament, when it talks about Jesus walks on water, what that's showing is his preeminence over that deity, Typhoon, that he's able to calm the seas because at that time in the first century, Typhoon was a major deity. They had major deities to Typhoon, especially in the areas that Yeshua was traveling in. And so when we get the story of him walking on water, and there said there a great storm arose. That is alliteration in the Greek. It says typhoon, right? So we have to understand a lot of this stuff that's being spoken about and being done. There is truth to it. There's truth to it, and a lot of people like to use the term esoteric. It's not even that it's esoteric. It's just an understanding of ancient
Right.
wisdom that has been lost over time, or taken away or hidden or rewritten.
hmm I think it becomes adulterous when men's knowledge of maritime exploration and how to navigate the waters, the position that type of knowledge would put men in. The trade position that it would put you in, it could make you wealthy. And I believe it made certain sectors of our people wealthy, but
Mm,
becoming enamored and falling in love with that, the lifestyle that afforded, the power that it afforded for you to be able to have control of trade like that, that's where you become a worshiper of the gang versus a worshiper of the most high, because you're not worshiping the Most High, who created the entire planet, the entire universe, you just falling in love with your ability to be able to navigate the seas and take advantage of what that affords you. You know,
Right.
so that's kind of how I view Degan, but it's definitely Afro-Asiatic language. It's definitely all the way in West Africa. We need an explanation for that. I think, and another pronunciation for the Dogon god Ani and Amu. They spell Amu with two A's though. Amu Dagan. So we know that's some Afro-Asiatic language in Mali.
No doubt. No doubt. And so, we clearly see these things. And as you go through, and I even talk about, where's my brother? I am John. He talks about Jonah even having a connection, the term Jonah have a connection with the term, right? And so even in they call it the Illyrian, which is which was another maritime people or culture, right? The Finnish hero from Finland or Finland, the Finnish hero Emelian was similarly swallowed by a giant fish to be reborn. A variant of the story shows that the fish was really a womb, right? And biblical writers masculize the images as Jonah, whose name means dove. That's what it means in the Hebrew. The
Yeah,
word.
see,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
you want it out of y'all.
Let's do it.
You want it, you want it, big bro. That dove, because then you're dealing with ovum. When
Mm.
you're dealing with the centerpiece of that word dove, you want it. But yes, sir.
Yeah. So that's it. Just a sandwich, bro. Yep. And so there it is, man, right there. And it says Jonah's name means the dove. The word Jonah, Iona, or Ion may have descended from Yoni, as you said, or the dove was a primary symbol of female sexuality,
Yes, sir.
right? So when we start when we start really looking into these texts and what it's teaching us about rebirth, reborn, the womb, right? Coming out of that, right? Being encapsulated in that, in the belly of the fish, in the belly of the whale, right? In the belly of the whale, those different types of things. We have to really look into what the names, especially in all wisdom texts, but the names, especially in the biblical narrative and in the Quran, names are important because it gives you the cultural rendition, it gives you the cultural understanding of the time and
Right.
what the writer is trying to lead you or get you to understand his truth, right? And what these witnessing are understanding in that particular period of time, right? We talked a little bit about Ithacus. We talked about that when Gerald Massey in his work tries to connect that to Yeshua simply because of the symbol of the fish. But also, this is why I say you really can't really take him at his word, right? No one really quotes him. But those who tell you that Yeshua or Yahweh Shai or Jesus Christ is the great Scarabaeus, they're only deriving that from pseudo work of Gerald Massey, whose work can't be substantiated, right? So Ithacus, also known as the Ithacus symbol or the Greek for fish, it is linked to the age of Pisces and also has association with the Hindu deity Vishnu, but most so with Dagon, the fish god of the Philistines. The name Dagon again is derived from Dag, which means fish. There have also been discoveries of the fish god in sculptures found in Nineveh, Assyria. As we read in the biblical narrative, Dagon is also found in the scriptures, Judges chapter 16, 1 Samuel chapter 5. So we see a lot of these things. There was another one I wanted to read. Oh yeah, this one here. I don't know if you guys can really see it, but it's called the Well of Deir, right? Or the Well of Deir. It says in reality, the story of Jonah is itself found in other cultures, as Barbara G. Walker elaborates in her book, The Woman's Encyclopedia of Myths and Secrets, right? Page 392 to 399. And she says Jonah's whale is described in the Bible as a fish because writers of that period and of many centuries afterward were unaware that whales are mammals. The whale of the original Jonah story was the Babylonian sea goddess, their Serto, the whale of Deir or Der, who swallowed and gave rebirth to the god Onas or Onis, right? Swallowing by the whale indicates an initiation rite leading to rebirth, right? And so when we're going into these various topics, into these various understandings, even into the wisdom text of the biblical narrative, these things began because of people's misapprehension of the text. They began as most people say, they began to grow legs and they began to morph or come into other things, into other things in your mom's car, and come into other things. So these are the things that we often um, have to really take a look at and dig deep into, just as our brother Asiatic has been sharing, Afro Asiatic has been sharing with us. Like there's a level of study that goes into understanding certain things when you begin to read them, even with the scriptures. It helps you to understand certain cosmologies that existed before time or during that time, so you can understand and see,
Right.
um, what truth is being given.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I gotta agree with you, Elder Yara. I believe that the word of the Most High, it has layers to it.
Hmm.
It's layers. At least dualities to it. It always gives us duality, at least, if not, even more layers to his wisdom and his knowledge. I mean, especially dealing with the language. The language. It really gives us. I think the language helps us get Western exegesis out of the way of what
Yes.
the Hebrew was trying to convey. When we get to the language ourselves and try to start putting it under a microscope, we can get the Western exegesis off of it. You know,
Yes. Yes.
respectfully.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And so, and going back, and the reason why I found it necessary just to segue into Jonah because of the conversation that was being had in the chat and various different things on this topic that is so very difficult to place absolutes on what we think we know when we begin to go into these various wisdom texts, because as you said, there's so much that goes into it. And this is why I say I agree with you as well, brother. There's so many layers to even what we read in the wisdom text. And that's because this is why we're able, some of us read something or study something, the very same verse of scripture or topic of scripture or wisdom text, wherever it may be from, and we can come away with different understandings alluded to the same thing. And then you have most of the churches see, well, see, that's just a big ball of confusion. No, your level of understanding and comprehension can only lead you to a specific conclusion. But as you gain in knowledge, you should lead you to even more
The
understanding.
Hebrew language, when you start studying it, I
Mhm,
love Hebrew and Arabic. When you
mhm.
study it, The language is beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
It's beautiful. It's
Mm-hmm.
highly scientific.
Yeah.
A lot of the science terminology that we use today is rooted in Hebrew and Arabic. A lot
Mm-hmm.
of a
Mm-hmm.
whole lot of it. A lot of the words that we use in modern science, the German language, the French, the English, the scientific terms are rooted in Hebrew and Arabic. These are facts. There are papers out on it. You can go to ResearchGate. That's a good site, and you can go and you can read papers on these things. You know,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely, man. Absolutely, I agree. I agree 100% with everything you're saying, man. And this is why, um, and this is why study is so important. And then you get with people um, that and you can find places as I try to create here in this space. Come here and share your information, right? Because someone's going to learn. Each one of us has something to share. We have that missing piece. That's why I'm a big proponent of people sharing, right? People always ask me, why are you so concerned? Why are you so involved with with the debates that go on in the discourse? I said because our people need to learn how to
but
share information. That's a lost
let me
art.
point out. Let me point out something else to you, Yara. Not to
Mhm.
cut you off. You
No, go
know,
ahead.
with respect, bro. But it's the spirit that we bring to the conversation. You notice the tone between you and I. You know what I mean? And that's one of the major things is the spirit that you bring to the conversation. You know what I mean? But brothers think spirituality is corny, you know. But that's what it's about too. You know, and I just
Yeah,
wanted to point that out too, you know, respectfully.
yeah, no doubt, no doubt, no doubt. And we need to get back to a place of again just being able to sit down. This is how our ancestors learned and taught and gave us information. If you read in Proverbs chapter 31, it talks about a virtuous woman and all of the entrepreneurial and family things that she was doing. She considered the field and purchased it. She was able to control her household as far as commerce and what to buy and what not to buy, um, how the children were to be dealt with, right? But it talks about how what the men were doing. They were in the city gates. And what were they doing in the city gates? In the city gates is where you went to discuss politics. It's where you went to discuss how your family and your land should be governed, right? Who could, when you buy land, how can you keep that land, right? So when your wife goes out to consider a field and buy it, she has every legal right to do that. Those rights were set up legally by men, discussing those things in the gates. So it all works together. It all works together. But when you're at such a culture that we have, especially here around the world, and even in this country today, where you got Republicans and there's Democrats, and you got that group, and there's that group, and nothing's really getting done, and all the while people are suffering. That's not what our people come from, right? This is why we have the African proverb: "It takes a village to raise a child." You see what I'm saying? Because the adults were all on one accord.
Yes, sir.
You see? And we've lost that art in our communities. We've lost that art. Why? Because we've taken on someone else's culture of people who were used to not being a part of communities, but used to living isolated lives. And when you live isolated lives, you have isolated ideas. And when you have isolated ideas, you don't consider your fellow man. You see? And so we know there are cultures that live that way, right? So but as they try to tell us, that is the way that we should live, right? You should live in an isolated culture, right? Stay to yourself, keep to yourself, right? Our peoples in this country, we struggle with that. We didn't come from that. That's not African. That's not an African understanding. You see, it's not an Afro-Asiatic understanding. We were family oriented, family centered, right? And so, it's these are things that we don't realize oftentimes how they affect our understanding, and even how we live and how we deal with each other on a day to day basis, right? And so, man, we're at the top of the 2 o'clock hour, man. I want to close this out and talk
Yeah.
about.
I want to thank you, Elder Yara, for letting me join the bill too.
Oh man, you always welcome, man.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely,
Appreciate it. And I
always.
and I hope nobody misunderstood, what I was saying about Jonah. It's just we all, even with the name El Shaddai, which is a feminine word, but
Hmm.
it's actually it's an attribute of the Most High. The Most High introduced himself to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob as El Shaddai. That's what he told Moses. He didn't reveal himself as Yahweh. It depended on, the nature of the circumstances and things like that. But not to say anything to do dealing with innovation or saying that I'm worshiping the female or anything like that. I don't want anybody to misinterpret, what I'm saying, But it's just a linguistic expression when we're dealing with certain attributes. Even Rahman in Arabic is feminine, so well, that's what it points back to. It points back to the feminine, but it's one of the chief attributes of Allah in the Quran. Uh, is Rahman, his compassion, or the quality of to be compassionate. But yes, sir. Thank you for allowing me to join the build, Elder Yara, and shalom to you. Enjoy your day, man.
Hey, shalom to you, man, and enjoy your day as well to you and your family, man. And peace and blessings to your family. So, again, I'm going to do a part 2 on this because I do want to talk about um, more about the uh, good Scarabaeus. But again, there is no citation or source of Saint Augustine, as Jeremiah claims that he calls Christ the good Scarabaeus. Um, it is wholly not true. He does not say he is that or that was derived from that, right? If anything, um, you can make a compare and contrast, but to say that that was St. Augustine's quote, that does not exist. That does not exist. That is something uh, Gerald Massey completely, completely, completely embellished. Completely embellished. So again, shout out to all of you. Shout out to you, family. I want to thank you all for the information you provided. Sister Cassandra Mensa, I am John, Professor Lovely Lady, Asiatic Lion, Apostle, Zaquan. I think some other brothers are here. Water Blue. Shout out to you as well, family. I appreciate your comment, man. We appreciate you joining with us. Sister Vivian Johnson, appreciate you as well. Um, Shalab and yeah, thank you for supporting. Thank you for sister. Let me give our family, brother. I should have been done this. I should have been done this. Hold on 1 second. Let me do it right now. Let me do it right now. Uh, where's my brother? I am John. All right. All right. Give my brother I am John a wrench. Let me do that for the apostles as well. And the reason, oftentimes, for those who frequently visit the channel, shout out to you, Indigenous Black man. Um, we were able to share and moderate uh, the channels, letting someone that we're on. You're able to share links to works or citations. You're able to share that in the chat as well, so we can pull them up and we can talk about them. Let's go into some of these discussions. Sister Professor Lovely Lady says it is in the book titled "Your Pastor Has Failed You," beginning page 12. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, let's definitely look into that. Let's look into that. Maybe I'll get our sister one day to come and just do some reading and share more um, from her book. Just, I want you to be able to share your information too, sister, um, on your books, on your work. You know, let's do that. But peace and blessings to y'all, fam. Again, thank you guys for being here with me today. You could have spent some of y'all your day off doing other things, but you're here with me. Again, look for me on the 9th of July. On the 9th of July, I'm going to be talking about the House of Zondervan. The House of Zondervan. And we're going to be talking about the publishing company, the Zondervan, their influence on different translations, what they are doing now, right? And some of the things we've taken away from their commentary, right? That we've made into doctrinal statements that were never intended to be doctrinal statements, right? So we're going to talk about some of that, the House of Zondervan, July 9th, and then look July 13th on the HOK debate, Coliseum. I'm going to be debating my brother Israel Elect, or Menelec, aka Menelec, and we're going to be talking about the Masoretic text. Does it take away from the modern translation of the Bible? We're going to be talking about the Masoretic text. My position is it does not take away from the context and the understanding of today's modern Bible, specifically the KJV, the King James Version, or the King James Commission Bible. We're going to be talking about that and the impact of the Masoretic text on that particular wisdom text. So we're going to be dealing with that. So again, peace and blessings to y'all, family. I hope you guys have enjoyed the lesson. And again, peace and blessings to you. Shalom.